I rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal. For how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fans on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who be caught up in using what I was taught with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawing. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena Horne. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, I'll cast it like hey ya.
Yo, party people in the place to be. What's good? It's your number one chief rocker in Knicks universe, Uncle Freezy. Salute, salute, salute. Miguel P is in the building. JJ, salute. Miss Michelle, what's good? Salute everybody. Welcome to the premiere Knicks in the Nighttime show, the Knicks at Night podcast. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to everybody that is watching and not commenting. Welcome to all the members of the channel. Thank you for your continued support, helping us rock the spot. Ivory 10 is in the building. Hit him up. Is in the building. Anthony D is in the place to be. What's good? Salute. Mega is in the building. What's good? What's good? Andios is in the building. What's good, man? Salute. I see you. I see you. What's good? What's good? What's good, y'all? Man, so I guess we have some stuff to talk about. Jalen Brunson being the captain. I think that's a big deal. I don't know how big a deal it is, but it's definitely a big deal. Man, Jalen Brunson, captain of the Knicks. Coach Malpica's in the building. Salute. Salute to Coach. Salute, salute. JJ is in the building. Salute, JJ. JJ, we got to win tonight, baby. JJ, we got to win tonight, man. We can't lose to Colorado, bro. We can't lose to Colorado, bro. We got to, what are we doing here? What are we doing? Brandon Nimmo hit a home run tonight. Okay. Oh, no, he didn't. He didn't get a home run. He had a hit tonight. I'm sorry. Beta with two RBIs. Francisco Alvarez ain't really doing nothing yet. Salute, salute. Coach is in the building. Coach, salute. Coach says, work, 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 work. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Every 10 says Brunson took over the franchise in less than 150 games. Respect. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. How do y'all feel about having a captain? How does that make you feel? A Knicks player walking out there with the C on his chest. Miguel P was good. Miguel P asked, how will JR feel about it? I think that's a player's thing, bro. Honestly, the coaching staff and the organization can't really talk to players about which player is going to lead them. Rel is in the building. Salute. If you haven't already done so, go check out We Talk Mavs. Cause we geeked. I ain't gonna lie to you. I love the Mavs channel, but Cause We Geeked is probably my favorite of the two. And I probably shouldn't have one and definitely probably shouldn't say. But yo, mad love to Cause We Geek, bro. I love, and for all the basketball heads out there, man, definitely check out Rel and King Khan. They have super fire content. Right? Cause We Geek. Cause We Geek is a different type of fire. JJ says, stop looking for the negative in every right. Well, right. We look for the negative in everything, right? Yo, it's like a certain crew or something. It's like, you know. Yo, Atkins is in the building. Salute. Miguel P said, can't help it, dog. Yeah, I know it. Salute to my guy Rel. I think we're gonna do some type of crossover event this weekend. I think we're gonna do a crossover event this weekend, man, where we do like a cross-platform thing. So yeah. Anthony D says Bud looked beatable. LOL. Anthony D don't know boxing. Anthony D don't know boxing, bro. I have to pull Anthony D to the side and talk about boxing with Anthony D at some point. And Rel says we're trying for Friday. Ooh. Okay. My Mets are losing to the Colorado Rockies 5-3. And I want to ask y'all a question just real quick before I get into what the captain of a New York team means. Right? I really want to talk to y'all about that and get your input. Right? I really want to get into that. What being the captain of a New York team means. Right? First, I want to ask y'all this. Have y'all ever seen these? Anybody, y'all ever seen these? Y'all know what these are? Y'all ever seen these? Anybody ever seen these before? Let me know in the chat if you've ever seen these before. Right? Let me know if you've ever seen these before, man. Y'all ever seen these? Y'all never seen Lance Nekot cookies like in a vending machine? I'll show you. Let me show you. I'll show you. I want you guys to see this because never mind. They don't have the thing on them. You've never seen these before? Like in the vending machine. Yeah, the peanut butter sandwich cookies. Yeah, the square peanut butter sandwich cookies. Like in the vending machine. Y'all ever seen these? Nick Yak in the building. So somebody, look at this and tell me what you think. Like when you see these, tell me what you think the name of these are. Lance Nekot cookies. Yo, D Wayne in the building. Wayne, what's good, man? Wayne says you need to drink a gallon of milk with it. Yeah. Bully in the building. Bully, I called you, bro. I called Bully. I promise you, hand to the man. I called Bully I called Boulevard 73 how long we been doing the show? 12 minutes? So I called Bully about 17 minutes ago. Mel Bester's in the building. Yeah. I'm gonna get to that. I got I got something I want to talk to y'all about. Bully, I want to ask Boulevard 73 this. Boulevard 73, have you ever seen these before, bro? And the reason why I'm asking is because something blew my mind, right? Y'all ever saw those before? The reason why I'm asking y'all is because for damn near 60 years, I've been calling these things Nekot cookies. Nekot, right? I've been calling them Nekot cookies, nabs, whatever you want to call them. Sherwin is in the building. Salute, Sherwin. Anthony D says that looked like something at the 99-cent store and paid $3 for it. Nah, bro, we don't do that down here, bro. We got a dollar store, and in the dollar store, you pay $1. And in the city, in New York, you have a dollar store, and y'all pay like $14 for nothing. The same thing I pay $1 for. But at least we get to walk 37 blocks to get there. We got to walk 37 blocks and cross two main street, two boulevards to get there. But the reason why I say that, the reason why this make me laugh, the reason why it makes me laugh is because somebody told me that Nekot is token spelled backwards. What? You telling me for damn near 60 years I've been eating Nekot cookies and not knowing it was just token spelled backwards? Oh, Bully, what's going on? Bully, this is worse than me finding, or not worse, but this is like that time I found out that Van Damme was. Yo, Bully, you remember the time I told you about Van Damme wearing the unitard? Remember that? Bully, you remember the time I told you about Van Damme? So anyway, let me get, now that I have that silliness, now that I shared some silliness, yeah, yo, you didn't know Van Damme was an Anthony D too young. He don't know. Anthony D is too young, so he wouldn't know anything about Van Damme being in that movie Breakin' with Turbo and Ozone. When that movie came out, Anthony D was probably like 5 years old, so he didn't know. Yo, Jay, listen. Listen, a girl told me the name of these cookies were Nekot cookies. The T is silent. She's like, yo, nah, I just got some Nekot cookies in there. The T is silent. And I found out just now that it's I found out just now that it's actually just token spelled backwards. Yo, the T is silent, son. So anyway, that's my little warm up, man. That's my little warm up. So let's get down to the nitty gritty. Let's talk about what being the captain of a New York team means. Anthony D says break-in is no Beat Street, but it did serve its purpose. Salute to Turbo and Ozone. Yeah. Yo, Ala Wise is in the building. So let's talk about what being the captain of a New York City team means. Right? Just off rip, for some, it means nothing. And then for others, it means everything. Right? Like for some, they think being the captain of a New York team means everything. Guys like Thurmond Munson was the captain of a New York team. Derek Jeter was the captain of a New York team. Mark Messier was the captain of a New York team. And then there are others like myself that think David Wright was the captain of the Mets. David Wright was the captain of the Mets, and the Mets won the NL championship. The Mets won the NLCS. Salute to Boulevard 73. Thank you for the generous contribution. He says Derek Jeter, the best captain ever. Kodiak Knicks says Eli Manning was the captain of a New York team. I can't remember. I searched before I got here to see if there was another captain of a New York team that should be. And I think it was. I think one of the other captains is the guy from the New York Islanders in the early '80s when the Islanders were great. They had a captain. I can't remember his name, but he was great. And so by having the C sewn on the Knicks jersey, definitely. Definitely my guy Willis. Mike Bossy, that's his name. I can't remember his name. That's who I thought. Brian Trottier. That's who I thought. That's who I was thinking. Brian Trottier. That's who I was thinking of when I thought captain. That's who I was thinking of. Brian Trottier is the name I was trying to recall there for a moment. So I want to ask you guys. I don't know. My experience with captains as a New York sports fan is a moving target. My experience with captains and things like that, it's a moving target. Right? Like, I don't know if you get the captain's C because of what you did or because of it's what you're about to do. Willie Randolph. Yeah, I liked Willie Randolph, man. I liked Willie Randolph. And for somebody that's a little bit older, I can remember a time when the entire Yankees infield were all-stars. Craig Nettles, Bucky Dent, Willie Randolph, and Chris Chambliss. Was it Chris Chambliss? I forget the tall black guy on first base. I forget who they had at. I think they also had Rick Cerrone, maybe. In outfield, they had Oscar Gamble and Mickey Rivers. Oscar Gamble, dopest afro ever, by the way. Any Yankees fans in here? Any Yankees fans in the building? Thurmond Munson definitely was a captain. Cowboy Bob in the building. Salute.
Salute. Just turning down my headphones. You can hear me?
Yep. Yes, sir.
All right.
Wayne says it was Chris Chambliss. Yeah, Chris Chambliss. I remember Chris Chambliss. Yeah. Yeah. The Yankees have such a
Deep
great
captain.
Great historical background. I mean, the Yankees are definitely went. Oh, wait a minute. So Anthony D is here. Hold on. Let me Cowboy Bob real quick before I do this. I gotta my guy only comes in on a certain. You have to have everything right for him when he comes
with
in.
Platforms and the suede hat. I got you.
Yeah, with the feather in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look out your window. Knicks fans is on your block. Y'all know the Knicks run the city. Pull them shades back. Look out your window. Look down there on the block. That's Knicks fans right there. It's about that time. It's about that time of the week where you get ready for your work week with the man that is so smooth he does not require a chaser. Your main man, the real Anthony D. And your main man, Jersey's finest, the hood representative, Uncle Freezy. Anthony D is in the building. Salute.
Salute, Uncle Freezy. It's still
Salute
the
and good evening, sir. How you doing, Mr. D?
Cowboy Bob. We're doing all right. It's still the greatest intro known to man.
Known to mankind.
Yes,
Salute,
it is.
Nick. Salute, Nick Nation,
Salute.
and everybody in the chat.
Everybody in the chat.
Absolutely. The captain season, when I heard it today, I was like, it just felt right.
It felt right?
It just felt right. But I was saying in the chat, the Knicks as a team at times have given out the captaincy to guys that just, you know what I mean? If you didn't have the dude, then you just should have just waited.
Right.
You know what I mean? You can't, no disrespect to Lance Thomas, and Lance Thomas was a hardworking guy and stuff like that. But, Willis Reed was the captain.
Lance Thomas was a man of integrity, though, bro.
Yes.
But like in terms of like what he produced on the floor,
Absolutely.
may not have been to what Knicks fans liked. But when you're talking about the person, I don't think you can draw the person up in a laboratory in terms of character and things of that sort. Maybe there's some things about Lance that I don't know.
But it's not just that, Freezy. You know what I mean? If you look, especially throughout New York sports captaincies, those guys were the bus drivers. You know what I mean? Those guys were the guys that really put up the numbers. Reggie was Reggie, but Reggie wasn't captain. It was Thurmond. And look at Thurmond's numbers in those playoffs and eventually World Series.
Is Thurmond a Hall of Famer?
He should be. I don't think he is. I don't think he is in the Hall of Fame.
I don't think he played long enough, right?
He played 10 years. He should be He should be a Hall of Famer.
I thought he was too.
Oh my.
Allah, I'm not ishing on him. I'm just saying the captaincy is not for everybody.
Yeah. Look at Derek Jeter. A lot of people were saying he shouldn't be the captain anymore when Rodriguez came in, or when we had our pitchers like Roger Clemens and all these other guys coming in. They were trying to move it off of him, but
which is blasphemy.
Yeah, but the captain's job is to be the one that everyone looks at, and he's the one that walks in the room and it's quiet. Like, if you really look at Derek Jeter, I hate to use him because I never liked him as a captain, but the way he brought things to the table, answered every question, he did everything you needed, and to me, Derek Jeter was a stand-up guy. Yeah, he had his fun, but he kept it about business. He didn't take nothing personal. That's what you want from your captain. You want him to be, like they said in Cool Runnings, the first guy in the gym, last one to leave, up all night studying film, constantly. That's a leader, and that's a captain. But they can't be out there rah-rahing. They got to be quiet because that's what captains do. Yeah. They're the silent snipers, so to speak.
They're the backbone.
Yeah.
Front, you know what I mean? That's where you're when you're trying to get the message across to the team, and you have a few games, you might have lost a few games, and let's look, because it's the Olympics time, right? I saw a recent clip with Kobe, rest in peace, when Kobe was on the Olympics. And this was LeBron and Wade and everybody. Before the game, Kobe was like, look, I'm going to knock his big man out.
Paul Gasol.
He was like, look, first play of the game, I'm knocking him out. And they're like, hey, come on. You're not doing that. That's your man. You just won the championship with him. First play of the game. Bang.
Right.
Knock him out.
And AD, to add to that, even before all of that, what did Kobe do? He called them and said he wants to be a part of the team because he ain't accepting another loss. When he showed up, all the other players were out partying. Kobe was in the gym. And
everybody
we know he
everybody fell in line.
Yeah, and then we know Kobe was in the gym 24/7, but what ended up happening is everybody started following. Yeah, Melo didn't follow, some of them didn't, but you look at how he set the trend. You looked at how he said, I don't want to be the offense. You guys are the offense. I'm sticking on defense. When have you ever heard Kobe speak like that? That's the things that people overlook and say Kobe wasn't the captain. And he let LeBron be LeBron, joking, laughing with them. They celebrated. He opened up another side of him, but he kept it professional and was like, I'm taking it to whoever. And that dug out something in D Wade, where D Wade was, I haven't seen D Wade play that well in a long time, but that came from him being inspired by Kobe. But he don't get credit for that. Salute, still Knicks fan. I see you in the chat. And thank you, everybody in the chat. You guys give very good content and feedback. I want to thank you guys. And also for listening to me ramble.
Hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel.
And like.
Consider joining the channel. So I guess the thing is with us is are the Knicks organization and maybe the fans elevating Jalen Brunson into that Derek Jeter, Thurmond Munson, Mark Messier category?
Yes, and it's earned.
When I think Thurmond Munson, I think a great defensive catcher. I think a great handler of personalities, because not only did he have to deal with management and the front office being crazy, the coaches being crazy, the management, the upstairs being crazy, he had to deal with personalities on the field. Your Reggie Jacksons, your Mickey Rivers, your guy. He had to deal with those guys too. Then he had to manage a pitching staff, right? When the Yankees were getting free agent pitchers at the beginning of free agency, when guys never left teams, right? You dealing with, I think it was Ron Guidry. Is that his name? Louisiana Lightning?
No, Ron. They drafted him. They got Catfish.
No. I understand. No, I'm talking about the pitching staff, not free agents.
Right. Oh no, Ron, Catfish, Mike Torres, Ed Figueroa.
I remember hearing that name, Figueroa.
Ed Figueroa won. I think he won 20.
They even, I think the Yankees even signed Tommy John at one point.
Yeah, we did.
Tommy John, but John is not on those championship teams. John comes on later.
Sparky Lyle, that's one of the names.
Sparky Lyle is in like.
Oh, I like Wise. Salute.
Yeah,
I like that.
Sparky Lyle. Sparky's the one that taught Guidry how to pitch.
Right. Sparky. I think there was maybe. Well, no, he wasn't. I almost overspoke. Right. Goose Gossage got there in the early '80s, I think.
No, Goose gets there in '78.
Oh, 78. Okay.
Yeah, 70. He gets there in, I think it's Goose.
Wasn't that Reggie?
Trade. No, he gets there in '78. It was Sparky. It was Sparky Lyle and Dick Tidrow.
Wow.
That was
AD. You came out today.
That was in the back. No, I'm a Yankee fan.
Oh no, I'm happy because I'm a Yankee fan too. But my Yankee fans was like Derek Jeter.
I'm a Yankee fan. I go way back.
Yeah, I love it then.
I'm back when we used to have the Mayor's Trophy game.
Hey, do you remember Roy White?
Roy White?
Yeah.
The great Roy White. He was, a lot of those guys that were just that 77, 78 team. Those you couldn't have a baseball team like that today, because those guys were just like, we're doing that locker room. We're doing everything.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like Mickey Rivers' wife used to have to come collect his check.
Yeah.
Because he would absolutely She had to go right there to go get the money, allegedly, Well, that was because he was, a man about town. They all,
man about town.
except for Munson. Munson is flying, on an off day. He's flying. Also, he's flying home.
Right. To Ohio, right?
Yeah. So add all of that. He's also flying home and coming back.
Right.
Where do that's unheard of back then.
Right. He was a stand-up dude, bro.
It's unheard of. He was that guy, and it looked like when he came on, things are just misconstrued when Reggie came on board. Reggie had a press conference, and Reggie said that he was bringing his star he wasn't coming to New York to be a star. He was bringing his star to the Yankees, and it rubbed people the wrong way, but it was true.
But the answer, his answer was taken out of context. The question,
but it was just true. Overall, it was true because remember, Reggie's coming from Baltimore by way of the A's.
Yep.
The A's is probably the greatest baseball team of the last 60 years. People don't even talk about that early A's team, that early 70s A's squad.
They beat the Mets. They beat the Mets in the World Series in '73.
Beat the Mets. They beat the Big Red Machine.
They beat the Dodgers. They beat the Dodgers. 71. I think they beat the 71 Dodgers. Or 70 Dodgers. One of them. 71 Dodgers. I think they beat. You
look at their squad. If Charlie Finley, there's a name that people don't remember. If Charlie Finley doesn't go absolutely apeshit, if Charlie Finley was like, "Look, I am not paying you dudes all of this money. I don't believe in free agency. I'd rather sell this shit off before I gotta pay all of y'all all this money. What y'all think y'all worth?"
And the
bias fail.
And how they could have solved it back then is if they had a revenue sharing pool back then that A's team probably wins at least 5 more World Series. If they could have shared revenue, but
you'd have never heard of the Yankees. You'd have never heard of the Yankees, yo. In the 70s, you'd have never heard of them, yo.
Right, I understand. But what I'm saying is teams like the Yankees and the Dodgers and the Mets were making money hand over fist in that era, like 1970, 71, 72, making money hand over fist. And the Mets had only been in the league 8 or 9 years at that time. Right? The Mets were created in 61. The league made them in 62. They started playing in 63, I think, something like that. Something like that.
Well, everybody's making money, Freezy, but the thing of it is, and the owners they don't care to admit to this, they just were not used to going into free agency. It is against their hardcore belief because for the past 100 years you had a reserve clause.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it was like, yo, you take it or leave it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So when George Steinbrenner comes around and he's like, look, I'm not about what y'all about. If the league had to step in. Charlie was trying to just sell his players off. Like, the league's like, no. God damn it, Charlie. We ain't gonna allow you to do this.
Right. Well, Steinbrenner too. Remember Steinbrenner tried to buy the Cleveland Indians first.
Yeah, because he's from out there.
Yeah, that fell through. And then I think there was a somebody to Florida movement in the early 70s, and that fell through. And then something happens, and the Yankees become available, and he swoops in. Perfect time. At the greatest
deal, the greatest sports.
I don't know about all that.
It's the greatest sports team in history, but it's the greatest money he ever spent. He bought into the Yankees, I think, for like with his ownership group for like $15 million or something.
$15 million, bro. And they were like, man, $15 million for the Yankees. Good Lord.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
Good luck trying to buy him now. It's like $10 billion or something like that.
Yeah. That's why AD said it was the greatest purchase ever in sports. That's why he said that.
But George was a handful, especially what he did with the Big Rocket, the way he treated Roger Clemens, the way he treated a lot of players, and it started with Reggie Jackson. Because I remember looking at the Yankees back in the day and how he just gave him carte blanche to do whatever he wanted. That's what really caused the controversy, because not the fact that they just signed Reggie to a big contract, it's just he had all that freedom and he never was there. He was able to come and go as he pleased. He was able to, and George had his back, and he kept firing. What was his name? D. Martin, right? The coach.
Billy. He kept firing Billy, but that first go around, Billy was a dude, yo. Billy wasn't gonna allow you just to run over him. He just wasn't. Billy was knocking out on a daily.
Yeah, I kind of see it a little bit different. I think he was more of a wild card.
That too.
Yeah, I think Billy was more. So he had these issues, and then he had alcohol issues, which led him. But the point that I was making about Thurmond Munson was not just a Yankees point, right? It's about Jalen Brunson. Is Jalen Brunson ready to be in that upper level of what it takes to be the man in New York City type thing?
It's the next step.
And so the next step is pinning that C on his chest.
Absolutely.
Right. So when you pin the C on Jalen Brunson's jersey, after all these moves were made, I think that guarantees the Knicks a championship.
Well, I don't know if that guarantees. I don't know if that guarantees the Knicks a championship.
It guarantees. Yeah. But again, this is my opinion, right? I'm not, not.
All right, you're right. You're right.
So again, in my opinion, I think it pushes us down that road of this is what Knicks fans should expect: a classy organization, a smart coaching staff, a team on the floor that wants to play together, right? And then the piece de resistance is pinning that captain's C on who you think is the best person and player and likable entity that the Knicks have, and I think it's Jalen Brunson. So I get why they pinned the C on his chest, right? I get why they do it. I would now, if it were me, I would have done it in a ceremony, right? In a press conference. That's how I would have done it. Now
that's not this style.
This organization is not that way.
No, that's not their style.
Yeah.
I would have waited till the start of the season, and then that would have given us the motivation and be like, "Oh, he's the captain." Like give us something like we know he's a captain, but I would have never made it public. I would have waited till the start of the season.
So Fritz says they are having a ceremony, bro.
Oh,
they are having a press conference.
Oh,
I would have waited.
Makes sense.
Yeah,
it's an important deal. Makes sense.
And just real quick to Cowboy Bob, it's not a motivation for you as a fan, right? It's not a motivation. It's for the world to see this is who we believe in. That's what this thing is about. The fans are gonna the fans were gonna show up to the Garden regardless if Jalen Brunson ever existed or not.
Yeah, but I think also
put a target on his back.
No, I think also, Freezy, that it's them showing another level from what they're trying to build, which is a winning culture, stability. You see what I'm saying? It looks a lot better from the outside. Like, all right, Brunson isn't going anywhere. This guy isn't going anywhere. So if another person is thinking about joining us, all right, this is what this organization is all about. Versus what it was 6, 7, 8, 9 years ago.
Right.
You know, that stench is gone.
Years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, that stench is gone. You know what I mean? You even the biggest Dolan haters can't say a peep about him because the man hasn't been seen in 2 years, 3 years.
Yeah.
Right? He's just letting the basketball people do their
when
thing.
he was seen then, even then, I think people wanted to pick fights with Dolan. They wanted
Absolutely.
to pick a fight with power.
Mhm.
Right? When you hear people scream out, "Well, do me like you did Oakley," you know, you already know people trying to pick a fight with you.
And that's when security starts to move in furniture.
Yeah.
I just got 2 quick questions. It's just real quick because for me, I feel, regardless of how I feel, that Brunson, I know he's the captain. I said it before, he's our future guy moving forward. But for me, I feel it puts a target on his back because now everyone's going to be more worried about his success and try to attack him. But they did that last season. Cool. I'm just worried it put a. If everybody says that last year he proved it, the last 2 years, why should we wait for the ceremony? For me, it's not so much of a fan thing. It's more of a we all in. This is our leader. Let him come out, just like in football. It's always the lead guy that starts out the tunnel first. That's what I'm talking about. Like I felt it's nothing to do with us being a fan, or I was expecting that. I'm just saying, to me, you put a target on his back this early in the season, because now we all knew he was the captain last year, but now anything short of what he's done before, he's going to get looked at and mauled, because you already see how everybody talks about how the Knicks ain't ready.
But Rob, I mean, Bob, you're saying
It's okay.
like you're saying 3 different things, right? And to all of the 3 different things that you're saying, who cares?
Your point.
The Knicks are not the hunted. We're not the world champions. That's Boston. The target is on Boston's back. Don't ever forget that. Until they're dethroned, the target is on their backs. This is for us. This is for us as an organization and how we see things and what we're trying to project going forward. Target on the back.
You know what it is? I think it's because of how more my age and the group I like, the people I've hung around with. We all knew who the captain was based off of how they performed and how they did things. We didn't need them to have a C on it. But the coach that we've always been with, the coach that I've always mentored, always did it at the beginning of the season, because even though we know Brunson's the captain, it'll be like everybody's fighting for that spot. We're like, yeah, we know Brunson gonna get it, but in practice and everything, we're gonna work to try to do our best to see if we were actually eligible for it. But you guys are right. Like I said, to me, I just think it puts a target on his back, and anything short of EFC, it's gonna cause some problems.
What you gonna do? You gonna take the captaincy back?
No. It's just gonna cause problems, because
problems of who?
Dude, we're getting killed now for our roster. Talk about people saying we still need to change our center. We still need to do all of this. We need this. We need that. Knicks are going to make these moves in the mid-saying that. But we got Brunson as our captain. We should be happy. I'm just a little bit worried. Like I said, this is me being how I was raised. We don't show our hand before the season starts. So I just said, like I said, I'm glad he's captain. Everybody knows it. But now it's more like, to me, you need to huckle down the hinges, like I said yesterday. Come prepared, because that C comes with something special. Not too many Knicks that have that C can do what you do. So when you bring it, don't just bring it. Be better. And I know you can do it. It's just me, like I said, I'm a little worried. That's all. Hey, Fritz, how you doing?
I don't even know what was said just now.
I don't even know. I'm about to tell you, my guy. There's a couch waiting for you somewhere. Okay.
Okay. So
and I'm gonna need you to go sit on it. Okay. There's a couch waiting for you somewhere.
I'm gonna do that.
Freezy got a couch in the background. Freezy, give him your background. Let him go sit on it.
The first thing, and not to bash what Cowboy Bob said, but professional sports and the sports that we play in JV and all that stuff is separate, different.
I could bash it if you want me to. I
No,
could bash
Go
it.
ahead.
As a,
No, because everybody's
Nah.
already doing it in the chat. Go ahead. Like I said,
Nah,
that's
nah.
my preference. I like it when you do it.
like my man, like what target? It's no different than any other target that a superstar player has in this league. I don't understand. Like I don't understand. You know, and you said there's not that many guys have had. There's been 36 captains in Knicks history.
No, I said like him. Nobody in New York can play the way that Brunson has an ability to get to where he gets.
Wait, hold on. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Nobody. What do you mean? Nobody in the league?
No.
Nobody. Wait. No. Hey, come on. Hey, just put that point down, bro. Don't go back to it. Just move on. Just move on from that one. Fritz, what's good, bro?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, man, we chilling.
Good day, good day for Nets.
Oh my bad.
I'm glad. I'm glad.
I didn't even say salute to everybody on the panel. Salute Freezy. Salute Bob. Salute AD. Salute
we
Fritz.
was about to put you out, Dre. Disrespected the panel like that. I'm just joking.
Cowboy Bob is Cowboy Bob itching to get to Dre, bro. He can't wait to get to Dre, bro.
No, we're putting Cowboy Bob on the timeout for now.
I put myself on it.
I had to stop him right there because
I was about to go off the cliff.
We're about to start talking about nobody has performed up to the level of Jalen Brunson for the Knicks. Nobody in New York. We gotta relax, bro. We gotta calm.
You know what? You're right.
All the way down, bro.
You gotta remember, Melo played for this team.
You didn't even hear the whole thing I said, but we're not going down that hole. Let's keep it that way, please, guys. Do not keep bringing it back up. Let's just look over it. I'm trying to help myself because if we go down that road like yesterday, everybody gonna miss all my points and not understand why I say what I say. They just, he don't know nothing. So,
yeah, but nobody interrupted you, bro, until you got to that point where you're talking about nobody can do it in New York like Brunson. You said that. That wasn't reworded.
You're right. Let's move on. Fritz, Dre, you guys got
I think you need to put the hat on, Bob. I think that's what it is. You've lost your superpower, yo. I'm telling you, you've lost your superpower. You need to put the hat on.
He needs the cape, man.
I wish.
He out of his. Hey, man.
I'm out of my element.
Yeah,
Are
man.
we sure that's even Cowboy Bob? This is like Superman without the glasses.
Yeah, this
Like,
is
Wow.
like when everybody just immediately didn't know it was Superman, it was just glasses that made him Clark Kent.
yeah, it was the glasses, bro. The
Dre,
black
I love
glasses.
you. Dre, I love you. God.
Yeah, man.
Step the game up, Bob. Got you.
But the point that one of the things that I want to talk to you guys about is the fact that it appears that the Knicks organization is moving away from, and I hate to do this to Mets fans, right? But it appears that the Knicks are moving away from being in that Mets kind of universe and moving into that Yankees type universe. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like, I think we're moving away from like the beer and hot dogs to the champagne and lobster roll life, right? Whereas, and no disrespect to Mets fan, because I am a Mets fan.
I've had Nick Lobster rolls now.
Right. But
I've given the testimony.
I think the Knicks are looking to become the standard of what great organizations are in the NBA, and you have to do it slowly and by taking these measured steps.
They're setting themselves up for a win.
Right.
And the one thing that it's just what it is in these parts of town. There's Yankee fans, there's Met fans, there's Islander fans, there's Ranger fans, Jet fans, Giant fans, but the one damn common denominator, we are all Knicks fans.
Right.
Understand? That little smattering group down there in Brooklyn, okay? Half of them are Knicks fans. Half of them are from Jersey.
Bro.
We're all Knicks fans.
I heard they transplants, like people moving in from the Midwest. come take them jobs at the Navy Yard. Now they, you know what I'm saying? They, I don't know. I never lived in Brooklyn, so I mean,
I have. Those are not. Those are frustrated Knicks fans that was tired of getting beaten up in the '90s, tired of next year, and then when it was no longer next year, when the lights were off in April and May, boy, they longed for next year and then went across the river.
Right. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Fritz, so I have a question for you, bro.
Sure, no problem.
Do the Knicks have the constitution to be, and I'm talking about the coaching staff, the organization, and the players, do they have the constitution to become a championship team on the court and not just in theory? And whatever answer you choose, if you can explain it, man, that'll be dope.
Yeah, they definitely do. I don't. We kind of talked yesterday. I don't think the roster's there yet, but they have a plan, and they have so many. They have like a plan A, a plan B, a plan C, a plan D, and they're gonna get there. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah, so many times like the Knicks kind of like toss together a roster all in like Amari. You just threw everything you had at the wall, and let's see what we can do. And I think finally they have okay. We're in championship mode. We're almost there. We're not perfect, but we ain't just throwing stuff at the wall. We're gonna get there. Like, you know what I mean?
Can I ask you, Fritz, why do you feel that we're not there yet? What pieces are we missing from your
No,
perspective?
like center, backup point guard. I think backup point guard probably is more important than the center search right now.
Okay. Okay.
But I don't. Yeah, I just think that like they don't have the people there, but like eventually this year they'll get it. Like it might take till February, but they'll have it.
Okay. I honestly think that there's I want to say white, like, how we have white noise or something like in between the lines. I think that's where the Knicks are. So for me, I say we're there because we're further than where we've been, and we've never been in this type of waters. We're in I forget how to say it, but untreaded territories. So for me, if you think that there's more to get, I think that it takes away from where we're actually at. So I can see what you're saying with the center backup point guard, not so much, but I feel the talent that we have as far as young guys and the rotations we have. I wasn't a fan of small ball, but do we really need a center in this league that's gonna give us, what we are used to? Or can we get a new center and Precious mixing up with small ball and mixed matches? Is that enough for us to win? I think so because like I've been saying, the Swiss Army knife, the barrages of different types of blows you're getting, you can't just hone in on one person. Like, for example, with Hartenstein left, and everyone's like, oh, how are we going to replace Hartenstein? For me, Randall wasn't here last year. So we had Josh Hart, who was a good rebounder. I'm not saying Josh Hart is going to be there, but his rebounding is still going to be there. Randall comes back. He can help out with the rebounding there, and he can help out with the scoring. We may not get the passing, but we have a guy in Kolick, and we also have a guy in Josh Hart who had triple doubles, and he did good with his assist. So we may not have the consistency of what our Hart is giving us, but it's a balance between three different players, and trying to stop those three players is going to be very difficult. That's my point.
I was gonna say, Freeze, you there? I was gonna ask you a question. You stepped away for a moment.
I'll pretend I'm crazy. Ask it, Dre.
I was about to ask, is this question just for this year, or is it gonna be something for the next 3, 4, 5 years? Because you're muted.
You muted, Freezy.
It's for this window.
The window, not just this. Okay, well, if you ask me, we already have like the foundational pieces. We might need to trim around the edges and find like the fringe parts, like a center or a backup center, or even a center that might be a starter in the future. It may not even be in this roster, but if we're talking about how we're currently constructed, we have two elite wings on nice contracts. Well, OG is debatable, and we have an elite on-ball guard, and we have a second playmaker that can put up elite stats at times. So, like the foundation is there. You have to think about the window, and you're not like as long as you're put in a place to be in contention every year for the next 3, 4 years. That's all you can ask for because eventually you're gonna have to get enough cracks to actually come through. I don't put it in a position where it's just this year. The window and the foundational pieces that we do have puts us in a strong position. And I think it's about fixing around the edges and minimizing and maximizing what you can. But for the next 3, 4 years, I think the front office has done an amazing job, and the players and in acquiring players that fit one another. And it shouldn't skip a beat at the start of next year with Macau. Like there's a saying or like you can never have too much defense or never have too much 3-point shooting. Like Macau is the human like embodiment of 3-point shooting and defense. So is OG. So in this league, you need those types of players, and then once you have the elite on-ball players, that's all you need in tandem to go with one another. Once the foundation is laid, all you got to do is keep taking your cracks, and I think we're gonna be in position to basically we're gonna be in position to take as many cracks as possible in the next 3 to 4 years to win a title.
That's what Boston did.
That's exactly what Boston did.
That's exactly. See, people, you know, and I'm not a Boston fan, but I've always liked Tatum.
Yeah.
You know, they really lucked into him. I'm not even gonna go over that draft thing. The man has been to what? How many conference finals and how many finals? It's been to what? 2 finals?
3.
7?
I thought it was 3.
7 conference finals in what? In what? 8 years?
6.
Unheard of. Out the gate.
And this particular era of turnover, where there's been a new champion damn near every year.
That's
Like,
why I
Like
said
unheard of.
like yeah, they've given themselves a chance
Yeah.
to win every single year, and that's all you can ask for.
They
Like
just
you're not gonna
they,
win every year. Like there's no dynasty forming, but as long as you keep giving yourself cracks, eventually you're gonna get through.
with the young wings, they just kept building around it. When they got rid of Smart, and there was a lot of rumblings, I'm like, you guys did not see Smart in the previous playoffs.
Oh, that
and
man was taking shots away from
You just
elite
did
players.
not see this. This man was not the same guy of yesteryear, and they saw it. Luckily for them, they realized it and were like, you know what, we're gonna go this way,
And pivot.
and they did this one of the smoothest pivots for a team that was coming off of where they were coming off of that you'll ever see.
They could have been like, we just went to the finals and we just lost in the Eastern Conference Finals. We could just run it back. We're gonna be back. But they were like, nah, we gonna up the stakes.
We're gonna up the stakes.
We already got the foundational parts. We just gonna keep upping the stakes around them. Like they're not afraid to make the move.
And that's what happens when you have good young players under the age of 30.
Yep.
You can keep changing it.
And you can keep taking calculated risks. Like for any other team, Kristaps would have been probably not the ideal in terms of relying on him to be helpful or to fit, right? But if you already got the foundation, all you need KP is to bring his talent. We'll figure out the
But
rest.
but I think honestly with Boston, they tried it before they had KP. Everyone forgets about Gordon Hayward. He was there for 2 years, and when he actually played like the first half of the game, he looked good before. I think it was the second game in the season. Then he got hurt. Then they stayed with that formula by keeping the defenders and went and found KP and just was like, we have everything set. We just need you to draw out the centers.
They
So
didn't. They didn't keep that formula. They changed
no,
things
no,
around. Remember, they traded
that's
for
what I'm saying.
Kemba.
They changed it up with the defenders. Like they have 4 defenders now that actually can play defense. That's what. Okay, go ahead, Dre. I'm sorry.
I was
I don't
gonna
want to stay
say,
on Boston too long. I
like
got you.
Boston has reinvented themselves by trimming around the edges, but maintaining the core principles of their team, which is the two big wings that do everything. And all
Yeah,
they've done is add additive pieces to those players. All they've done was add guys that shoot well and play defense. And
and I think
that's kind of the blueprint that we've tried to follow around Brunson and Randall. Like
there you go.
if you look at it this way, like they acquired Derek White, a guy that can shoot and play defense.
OG.
No, I'm talking about Boston. They
No, I'm
acquired
talking
Derek
about
White.
with us because you said
Yeah, yeah, oh, okay, yeah.
like I'm saying you could say OG or you could
They,
even say Bridges. Like
they,
we're
they
trying to figure that. Go ahead.
they even traded Kemba Walker just to bring back Al Horford back. Like,
Mm-hmm.
and what does Al do? He shoots the three and plays defense.
And
like
he's the backup center.
like they tried to make Marcus Smart that type of player, but they realized there's a cap on his ceiling in terms of his basketball IQ and his consistency. So they went and got the idealized version of Marcus Smart, which is Drew Holiday. Like it, like they keep pushing the envelope and attempting, and they always have like a baseline or a blueprint for what they want to do. They just go out there and find the guy that fits it in the most ideal way. They wanted to be a spacing team with centers that could shoot, but at the time they only had Al Horford, and so what did they do? They went and traded for KP, and they maximized their ceiling around their guys. Like KP and Drew Holiday and Derek White, all they do is additive things that make Jalen Brown and Tatum's job easier. We already know they can perform at a high level when the stakes are somewhat down. But if you put them in a position where it's just overwhelming, you just you're basically
And
tipping scales.
that's gotta be our blueprint.
Yeah,
But
like
That's how it has to be. That's just how it has to be our blueprint. Like from here going forward, like okay, if as things are progressing, and let's say we don't win it this year, you have to take a look at it and say, well, why didn't we win it?
yeah, and that's exactly what I was trying to
You
also
know,
bring to the table by saying I agree with you guys that we have a plethora that we may have our doubts and it's uncharted. It's different for us because think about it. When have we not had a center that we actually can trust at the start of the season? Look at the different type of sets and rotations that we have defensively between Bridges and OG. You could even look at how I think that this year Brunson's defense is going to go up because he has those two guys helping out on the wing. Been saying that for a while, and I think that the pressure that on defense from Mitchell Robinson isn't going to be as intense to where he can play longer.
well,
So with
Brunson's
that,
defense is underrated. Just off rip.
no.
I'm
Go
he's
just
he's
totally
he's
off rip with that.
he's a great team defender. He just
That's
doesn't
what
have
I'm
the
saying. And
physical traits, but in terms of IQ, drawing fouls, drawing charges, playing
that,
passing
thank you,
lanes,
Dre. You
being
beat
off
me
the
to
ball,
it.
and part of playing great defense is also knowing how to hide yourself defensively. Like
And
Yes.
and remember how I
you'll
said
see him on the backside. Hold on, Bob. You see him on the backside, and they'll call up his man to get into a pick and roll action, and he'll pre-switch. He'll tell somebody
He'll
else, "Go,
pre-switch. Yeah.
go, bro. I'm not doing this." And that puts teams in jeopardy. And now when you add a guy like Mikal Bridges, that's just an extra guy that you can actually trust to be
That
just a
that
Swiss
with
Army
a
knife on defense.
hell of a wingspan. You
and
got two guys who wings. They have absolute giraffe like capabilities with their wingspan.
Yeah, man.
and you also
They're gonna
have to
get a lot of steals this year.
what I was gonna say is you have Precious and OG who were the main advocates to helping us keep teams under 100 points. I remember, I think Dre, you brought it up last night. Now you had a guy like Bridges who can help with the guard position. Brunson's gonna have a lot of room to roam as far as defense, and like you just said with the Chargers, which I wish I had said it before you, but
He
you
good, man.
always on point, the two of y'all. But that's what I'm talking about, where I think that teams are going to struggle against this. We may not have the center, but if you look at the defensive sets that we can run, it gets the pressure off of Mitchell Robinson being as aggressive. And we could actually close out with having him play healthier. And even I don't agree with the small ball because I think anyone that isn't a 6'10" physical, I don't even like Randall at the five. But I'm willing to try it at this option for 2-3 minute sets because you have different type
You
of
gotta,
defense you
you
can run
gotta,
with it.
you gotta
No,
think
no, because I
about
was
it
gonna, yeah,
as OG on at the five on defense. You gotta think
okay,
about it
yeah,
as
yeah,
that, not
like off
Randall
of
at the five
switches
on
and
defense.
rotations. I got
Yeah,
you. But if you also look at it with everything else, 1 minute you're gonna have OG on the court next and Bridges with Randall. Then the next set is gonna be Precious, OG, maybe Dante. Like you see what I'm saying? You're always gonna have two key solid defenders that are always gonna be on the court to help out, especially at the center position. And then you got guys like Randall to where I think it's gonna be more of a 3-2 setup that we're gonna have. And I keep saying we're gonna
he
have
not
Bridges
playing
on one.
zone defense. I'm just
No, no,
letting you
no.
know.
I understand that, but I'm trying to just say how the floor would be defended. I'm not gonna say we're gonna run zone defense. I'm just saying with Bridges and you have OG protecting the wing areas for the kickouts and everything. I think Brunson's gonna be doing really well because you got him moving a lot, and he could also leak out to get a good fast break because if they throw a bad pass, OG gets it. Brunson could be down B line and a lot quicker and can get that transition because he's already at the top of the key. I know we're not running zone, but I'm just saying with the sets we have, they could do different type of dives and different types of attacks to where Brunson can get in the transition a lot quicker down court, score 2 points, and get back on defense. We can do that because now instead of it being OG getting the ball and then moving down court, throw right to Bridges, Bridges throw right to Brunson, quick
Part of
points.
part
That's
part of it is the versatility that goes beyond Brunson running a transition break. The ideal is anybody can get the ball and push it on a break with the
mm-hmm.
rotations that we're gonna have out there. Like like Brunson could literally be up the court and spacing and allowing guys like Randall to get free runs to the rim as a ball handler, not as like Brunson has to be the finisher or anything like that. Brunson is an elite enough shooter where you actually have to pay attention to him at all times, and he presents gravity. So anybody picking up the ball in transition, OG was a monster in transition for us. We already know what Randall is in an up and down pace in a wide open type system. You already know McCall has the ability and the versatility. Like it's gonna be a lot of us taking advantage of teams with our defense and getting in the transition with deflections. The thing that gets lost in this is Dante was top 10 in the league in deflections last year. It's only gonna get better once he plays with guys like OG and McCall. Like
Agreed.
like when we mix and match our players and go to bench units, we're gonna run a lot of teams off the court like early in the second quarter.
Absolutely.
Like we go early
Absolutely.
in the second quarter, we're gonna run a lot of teams off
Absolutely.
the court.
I
And I
feel sorry.
and
I feel sorry for them bad teams. I feel
and I
sorry
think
for Washington.
And I think we got that page where even though I keep saying I don't agree with small ball, I think we got that from Golden State. So yeah, we took a little bit of Boston, we took a little bit of Golden State, and then now we added depth with it. This team, I'm really telling you, I don't feel the need is to go out and find a set center that can actually help us. I think it'll hinder us more because of the different sets that we can have right now. Once you lose or change out that player, it limits us. Like,
I
for
think I,
example,
I,
go
I
ahead.
think the front office has already kind of tipped the hand that we're gonna be playing quote unquote small ball. But
Mm-hmm.
but I don't even think our small ball is even that small, to be absolutely honest. Now, like we were trying to run small ball with RJ at the four and Grimes at the three. That's a completely
Yeah.
different arrangement. They're running it with OG at the 4/5 and McCall at the three, and Dante or Josh Hart at the two with Brunson. That
Mm-hmm.
that is a completely different, like that is versatility with size. That is not a small, like an entirely small ball unit. Like we wouldn't get bullied on the glass, even with
And
that
you
type of arrangement.
get
Especially if we
Josh.
go against other teams.
Wait a minute. So what does small ball have to do with Jalen Brunson being captain?
I was about to ask that question.
I mean, we got to
Bro,
the
what
point.
Listen,
Bro,
all of
what,
this is
what happened, bro?
we was talking about
Yo,
the
Freezy.
team
You posed the
success.
question.
That
You
yeah.
posed the question on how
The,
are we
no,
a contender,
no,
and
no,
we're
no, 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 not on the. No, that's not how I phrase it. I phrase it the leadership part. Remember, I mentioned the front office. Oh, well, I was trying to get to that point.
well, I
Like,
didn't hear you say that. I know you asked Fritz.
yeah, because
Like, do we have the composition of a team that
yeah, I
can
was,
compete for a championship?
yeah, I was asking Fritz. That,
this is what
yeah,
happens when you get into the Bob zone, yo.
yeah,
Nah, I
When
just
when
I
when you
didn't
get
do
into
that.
the Bob zone, and it's like a forever-ending matrix that you just
Okay.
can't, you know, you just
But
can't get
Fritz,
out
let me
of.
ask
it
you
was
something,
like we
Fritz.
greased up the skis and stuff.
No.
Downhill.
Fritz. Let me ask you, Fritz. Did I not ask you a question? What makes you feel that we're not a Knicks
But
championship
but Bob,
contender?
but Bob, that wasn't the thing. I asked Fritz a direct question.
And he answered it,
Yeah,
and I
I
said,
didn't.
"Why did you feel that way?"
Yeah.
Like more in
No,
depth.
I
Like,
just don't think we're
We could have just
complete.
allowed. We could have,
I just
or we could have just allowed Fritz to answer the question.
no, I just didn't think we are complete. I think we're gonna get there. Like
Yeah.
I think we're in the zone. We're close. I don't think the Knicks. I don't think the Knicks are gonna go out and scour the earth at this moment. Like they're gonna look at what they got and then they're gonna adjust. They're gonna adjust and complete the team. It's not perfect. It's not perfect. It doesn't have to be perfect day one.
Yeah, because I think I heard Dre say a part of that address a part of what you were saying about setting yourself up to get enough chances in order to have a level of success, whether you're successful in that first run or not. You want to be positioned or put yourself in position where you can get as many chances as possible during that window.
Yeah.
I guess the reason why I was asking Fritz is because the reason why I asked Fritz that question specifically is because teams that generally don't have experience doing it generally are not great at doing it. Right. And I know that seems odd in a sense, but the reason why I asked is because when Dre gave the example of Boston, I felt like it was an excellent example, but but using Boston as that example also, I guess, harken back to the fact that Boston is a franchise that has multiple championships. And even if this group, Tatum and Brown included, that have not won multiple championships, and at the point where they made the change, they did not win a championship. They won their first one this year. There were still people in the fan base that could harken back to a Boston Celtics experience where they couldn't get over the hump, and they could say, "Hey, man, this is what we did to get over the hump."
Yes.
And I guess ultimately, I'm asking, is there a device in place for the Knicks to do that?
Yes.
Like Freezy, I said, the amounts of cracks. Like we might make a deep playoff run this year and immediately identify and recognize our flaw that held us back from winning the title, hypothetically speaking, and then address that with whatever assets that we have left over. It's twofold. Like it's one of those things where you can identify. Like I put it this way, you could even look at the Nuggets, for example, where they maintained a window to compete, but they always tinkered and figured out, and they found like they decided to trade for Aaron Gordon, and they don't win a championship without him. But before him, they had Jeremy Grant. Before him, they had Paul Millsap in the four next to Jokic, if you don't recall. So they
Right.
kept tinkering until they found an archetype of player that works. So they kept tinkering until they found that particular player, identified it, and brought it in. I think our two runs where we ended up in the second round partially kind of shows that we've been in that line of thinking, which is why we traded for OG, which is why we traded for Macau within what 6 months of one another. It's why we signed Dante because we needed high volume 3-point shooting. It's why we developed Deuce to play in the fashion that he does in terms of telling him, yo, you need to make sure you get this 3-point ball down because Brunson and Randall are in a team and we're trying to create a team that shoots threes at a higher volume and guys that can play defense. And we've been identifying it slowly over these L's that we've taken even in the playoffs. And once we already identified that Brunson is the key cog, and on top of Randall, we just identified that we need to just go all in on getting wings, and versatility, because they will pick up where our star players are.
Did you hear my? You didn't. I don't think you heard my question. No.
You said, how did they figure it out? Like, what was the means? How did Boston figure it out?
I said the word device too. Like the thing about Boston, because the basketball part of it, you're not going to explain to me something that I ain't never heard a million times.
Oh, no. That ain't for you.
I'm talking about the basket in terms of that stuff. That's not what I'm asking.
Yeah.
What I'm asking is for us to kind of step away from what we've normally been thinking, right? Because of what you and Cowboy Bob were outlining, right? The Knicks are not the only team that's looking to do that. Like, the Knicks are not the only team that lost in the playoffs and look to improve.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying is there a device in place that the Knicks can hearken to that can help them get over a hump, right? Whereas, for instance, give an example, right? Give an example. Golden State won championships in 3 different windows, right? The pre-KD window, right, where it was the strength in numbers thing. Then it was a KD window. I'm going to overpower you with these lineups that basically are rare lineups to NBA history. And then it was the Steph, I think I can do it all by myself window when they beat the Celtics, right? But even in those 2 windows before that, they could go back to that first window and say, hey, when things got tough, this is what we did here, right? For them to get to there. And the Celtics, the reason why I was glad somebody brought the Celtics up is because even though Tatum and Brown never won, it's not like the Celtics were never in a position to win a championship. So they could go back and hearken to a certain thing and say, hey, listen, when the going got tough, like when the team figured out our offense, this is what we did. Or when NBA teams figured out our defense, this is what we did. Or when a bunch of guys got hurt, this is what we did to overcome injuries of that sort. And I was asking Fritz, do you think the Knicks have that device in place where they could, let's say, lean on? And listen, it doesn't even have to be an internal Knicks thing. Right, for the Warriors, just let me finish. For the Warriors, they gleaned some of that championship experience from Jerry West, right? Like, Jerry West introduced something to the Golden State Warriors that wasn't there, even though he didn't stay for the entire time. Just was enough for them to kind of get the things going, to prime the pump, so to speak, so that they can kind of get over the hump. That's what I was asking Fritz.
He helped them set the culture just with that. But just to kind of piggyback on some of the earlier points, right?
So we ain't gonna let Fritz answer the question.
Oh, I thought Fritz already did. My bad. Go ahead, Fritz. My bad. Go ahead. I thought Fritz already did.
I'm just trying to throw the alley. I've been trying to throw this alley-oop to Fritz, but Kevin Knox and Obi Toppin keep bumping into each other. Yeah.
No, I think the Knicks are like super flexible. I think they're like probably one of the top flexible teams. I think they can always. I think you put different lineups, you're gonna come up with different styles. I think there's gonna be multiple styles of this team. I think there's gonna be like a 3-point lineup. I think there's gonna be like a defensive lineup. I think they have so much, just versatility. Like right now, that's what they can lean on.
Can I just say something real quick?
But hold on, Bob. Tibbs, let's remember something about Tibbs. When we go into all of this, enthusiasms and creativities and stuff like that, Tibbs will start out letting guys try to figure it out, okay? And if it's not going to way he needs it to go, he'll then start breaking it down to these are the guys that's gonna play.
I was
The
just
majority of the minutes.
Mm-hmm.
I was just gonna say this. No, I was just gonna say this. Last year, we have a playbook that we found certain things that can work in certain sets. Tibbs is gonna bring that in. Me and Dre were talking about it last night when he was checking me about what I was saying. That happens, and I also brought up the coaching of Cheeks, of how he can bring another aspect to this game last night as well. Those are the two things that I think we can bring to the table to answer Uncle Freezy's question. The fact that we had last year to learn through growing pains and what this deep team has and different type of play sets, we can use those, as well as Tibbs making his adjustments. Like Dre was saying, and like you guys were saying, he's a perfectionist, but he has extra plays in his book with Cheeks. It's because we got rid of Bryant and we got Cheeks.
I was gonna say, I think Freezy, like the device aspect, it can be helpful, but if you got the talent, it don't even matter the device. Like the Raptors never got over the hill and never knew how to. Then they traded for Kawhi, and that's all they needed.
Right, Drake, but Drake, that's not totally accurate though. And but here's why though, because and not accurate that Kawhi didn't help them win the chip, but in that sense, Kawhi was the device, right? Because Kawhi Leonard was an NBA champion with another franchise, and so this team that could not get over the hump found something. They reached back to something outside of what they normally do in order to get them over the hump, and it was Kawhi Leonard, who was an NBA. He was a Finals MVP, right?
Yeah, Freezy,
Yes.
Who was the NBA champion on the '08 Celtics before they won it? Nobody.
Right, but Dre, so again, so you missing the point that I'm getting at. The Celtics have numerous championships. So even if they didn't have the guy in '08, it's not like they didn't win a championship for 50 years.
Okay, so who did the Bucks have then?
Okay, all right.
I'm just saying,
I don't.
I'm just saying, I understand like the point. Like there are certain mechanisms and devices and things resources that you can
Are we
call
just
on
gonna
and
keep?
use.
Are we just gonna keep reaching for teams that maybe don't fit that, or are we like legit asking the question so that it furthers us to a thing with the Knicks? Because to the point that y'all making, y'all are saying the same. Bro, there are 50,000 podcasts of other NBA teams saying the same stuff y'all saying right now, right? Philadelphia, they saying the same thing y'all saying. Oh, Nick Nurse, man, he found something last year, bro. And now that we added a wing player, this might be the thing that get us over the hump. It's the same thing Orlando. It's the same thing Orlando saying. Like, yo, we lost in the playoffs last year, man. In the second round, we added a wing player, and so that's what I'm saying. It's like the point that we're making is not something that nobody has ever heard, right? What I'm saying is what makes the Knicks different. What makes the Knicks? This is my question to y'all, and it's the reason why I asked it in a different way. And not that I'm being pushy about it. It's just what I want to do is see if there's an answer for the Knicks taking that next step that's outside of what everybody says on all 30 NBA podcasts. We added a wing player. Our coach is smart. The front office drafted well. Everybody's going to be saying that.
I think
what separates
them
the
having
from the other 29 teams?
I think you have the Villanova, you have the four players together, and it's not. I know they have championship experience, but I think the benefit of them working together is that they keep each other accountable, and you don't. And with typical teams, like as NBA stars, you don't want to step on other people's toes, and if things go bad, and you have to be down 3-0 before somebody gets real with another. They can get up each other's faces. They can tell each other to make adjustments like right away without You know what I mean? Without trying to hurt each other's feelings. I
and
think
and
that's the
and
advantage.
and that's a part of it, Fritz. That's a major part of it. What what makes them different is that they've reached for a continuity and the brothership that they saw was successful earlier years.
Hmm.
So they're basically saying, why not? Okay, this is how we're different. And I've said this on other shows that you're going to see other teams in future go on to, you know what, finding guys that play well together, that want to play together, that are sacrificing. As a captain, what did Brunson do before even getting the captainship? The man left 100 and whatever, however you figure out the numbers.
113 or something
He
like that.
left a whole lot of money on the table. Okay? That's what a captain would possibly do that's trying to look for something more than for himself.
Yeah.
Yep.
I
So
think
that's
just
what they have that's special. They
I
got
think
guys that are willing to take less for the greater good.
I was gonna ask, is a coach that won a championship a device you can lean on?
Yeah.
Well,
And no, right? And I say this because I remember Pat Riley going into Houston in 94. And he said, this is as far as I can take them. This journey right there, they really have to go on their own. And then he lets, But yeah, coaches can and cannot.
yeah, I think there's a talent level, and then there's a competitiveness, and then there's a skill gap, and then there's all these things in terms of IQ and all these things that come into play when we talk about making a champion. And like I'm slowly starting to come around to understanding what freezy means in terms of like devices. But if you have enough of a good thing, it should be enough to win a title.
Well, sometimes you'll need more than a good thing. And I'm going to make this correlation, right? In the early years with Chicago against Detroit, one of the things that Chicago couldn't really understand, especially Jordan, they were having a major problem with was the physicality. Like Detroit was doing shit that you will never get away with today. All five guys hitting him. He had to go back within himself and then add more muscle, add more endurance to his game in order to do that.
Yeah.
Right? Look at Tatum. A couple of years ago, what was the big thing in Tatum's game that was so noticeable in the finals?
He didn't attack the rim.
Not just that, his
Yeah.
handle was
Soreness
horrible.
in
Oh
his-
yeah, his handle.
His handle was atrocious.
Yeah.
Can't say that today.
And part of that, what they did to mitigate that was they got rid of a traditional center, so he didn't have. You could have focused on just beating one person. He didn't have. He didn't necessarily. He still might
Yes,
necessarily might not have the handle to beat two people, but he could beat one person
but he could
with the
definitely
center
beat
out
the
of the
one
paint.
with the center out of the paint.
That's why they got rid of what's his name, Robert Williams.
But it
He
was
started in the finals.
seriously noticeable. Him and Jalen,
Yep.
they both had bad handles. They were turning the ball over, right?
Ain't had no left hand.
Right, he had no left hand. So internally, they got better.
They got better, and then they addressed the weaknesses. They just went like the Celtics addressed their issues and weaknesses by going overkill. Like they maximized whatever it is that they can do to maximize the skill set and minimize the weaknesses of their two-star players. And I think getting wings, the caliber of the ones that we got, are done to explicitly do the same things for Brunson and Randall. Now, like Fritz may say, like there's going to be some more additional moves to be had until we identify exactly what we need. But it's only the beginning of our particular run. But you can see the wheels turning in terms of the type of player that we want to bring aboard. and the types of player we don't want within the organization.
And it's built around what? A Villanova thing.
Yeah. We got all the Villanova guards, and then the front office was like, we need wings badly. So you know what
That's
we did?
it.
We went out and got probably the two best wings that were available on the market at the time. Like available wings, not the guys that are already solidified top 10 guys in the league that are on supermaxes. But as far as the available guys in the last 6-7 months, we went out and got prototypical 3-and-D wing number one, prototypical 3-and-D wing number two. And those two are the ideal fits around an undersized ball dominant guard. So like I think it's only really the start, but I think the front office already has like an idea of what it takes to build a championship. Is just seeing it through at this point. And you have to be able to
Yo,
give the
somebody got something
coach
going on in the background, man. That's crazy.
sound like some ice or something. I think
AD, you filling
AD,
up your cup?
yeah, AD cracking some ice with an ice pick to fill up the champagne for the championship.
Yeah,
But I think we went out and got the most ideal fits from the guys that are available in the open market for us for our current build, and those are foundational pieces at this point. Now we just have to trim around the edges and figure out what might fit around them in order to put us over the top. But I think if I'm being absolutely honest, I think we're about 85 to 90% of the way for what our quote unquote championship window would look like in terms of the players that we do have. It's just
I'm
about getting the reps. It's about building the chemistry. It's about having deep playoff runs that may not end up in a championship, but learning from them. And then the front office addressing whatever weaknesses that there is, whether it's a schematic issue or a roster composition issue.
I'm gonna say Randall coming back is a factor that we most haven't really talked about. Him and OG, those two guys, I know Fritz said about the leadership and them holding them responsible, but I think it'll be more Randall and OG down low helping the bigs while Bridges and Brunson are running the guards. That type of communication, like I said, I think that you guys were right with that, but I think that it's more our X factor is Randall because he can give us what we missing with Hartenstein with the scoring, and it can help us with the rebounding, plus with the coaching as well. So when guys are in their own, you got those two guys who are also backing up Brunson. So you don't just got one captain. I'm not knocking Brunson; he deserves his captain. But you got Randall and OG because last season we saw when Randall was out, OG was the guy correcting it. Dante said it. Dante believes him. So you technically got one real captain and two junior captains, co-captains, so to speak. That's very dangerous to have because to me, that's like for some of us who watch basketball, somewhat of a triangle offense. But instead of it being three offensive players, you got two different types of styles. One defense, one offense, and a balanced defense with one who's a better offense all around.
I don't look at it from a co-captain point of view. I just think they found guys that fit and they're
You're
willing
already
to.
giving out co-captaincy.
Yeah, yeah, like nah, it's Brunson steering the ship, man.
Yo, let me tell you, Bob will find every possible way to take a stab. He's like a one-man
I'm a freak.
whirlwind of
Hey,
to take
AD,
a
I'm gonna
stab
call.
and a
I
cut.
got a new name for Bob. He's Bob Bayless.
Bob Bass.
Okay, what am I cutting? I've said that it's Brunson's team, but you have two guys who are gonna be backing you up and holding you accountable in Randall and OG. That to me is very unique to see. Like Fritz said earlier about how that guys are gonna be held responsible. and the two biggest guys are Randall and OG, holding you accountable with
And
Brunson.
can we just pause
Hey
right
man,
here on it?
Go.
Hold on.
no.
Let's pause. Let's hold on. Let's
Yeah.
pause right here with the responsibility thing, man. It's not like it's frat house out here, right? It's not frat house out here. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I think we take stuff to the extreme sometime, bro. Like,
I think
like I'm gonna just ask Cowboy Bob. Combo Bob, was there, and can you give us a couple of examples where the team did look out of order or disorderly or look irresponsible?
Last season when OG was out and we actually had OG and Randall went out, you saw how different the team was, and they had to basically readjust and let Brunson run the team.
No. I'm speaking
Okay,
to
go
you.
ahead.
So go to your irresponsible point.
To go to my
Where players needed to be held accountable.
Okay, when they were struggling in the third quarter, I think it was we could pick the Bucks game when Randall was there. When Brunson was having an issue, Randall pulled him to the side and said, "Hey, we can do this and make these adjustments." And then you saw Brunson actually take that and actually play better throughout the game. When Randall went down and OG needed help, he would talk to Dante, "Hey, I'm going to give you the kickouts. I'm going to show you what to do. You go here, you go there," through practice, to where they felt more comfortable in how they were getting the ball between each other.
But the accountability part, though.
That's the accountability was how OG was telling Dante, because even Dante said it in the press conference. He was showing me, "Hey, I need to be here. That's accountability. Showing him to be where he can be to get the better shot, and actually communicating." Go ahead. What happened?
Yeah, somebody microphone is crazy.
Yeah, I'm hearing it, but I don't know who it was.
Yeah, somebody thing was crazy. I don't.
It sounded like static or something. Yeah, it happened again.
Yeah, I heard it. I was looking for the volume thing, but it wasn't me. Maybe it's the app. I don't know.
I think it's AD.
Yeah. But yeah, Cowboy. But I don't know, bro. Yeah, about. I was trying to follow you on it.
I think
cool.
it's your wording,
It's
Bob.
cool.
I think it's your wording. When you use words like irresponsible and stuff like that, it's your wording, Bob. You know what I mean? Because that's like, that's something that the coach would say, like if he was really like pissed off at a player that was doing something that was detrimental.
Yeah, that's like Jalen Brunson. Yeah, it's like if Jalen Brunson was out there like Ron Artest.
Because if he's irresponsible, how's he gonna be the captain?
Yeah, and the guys around him.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and this is the most docile group of Knicks that we've ever. You have never seen a group of Knicks this docile ever. Ever.
I was gonna say, if we're talking accountability, Brunson is his own worst critic by far. Like not even like everybody gives him adoration, and when he gets to post game conferences, he's talking about everything he should have done better. He's never really jovial or in a good mood, unless of course they won. But if they lost, he's never really in this particular space where he's not taking accountability. Like accountability is all he's about. Like he doesn't need other people to tell him when he's screwing up. Like he'll probably go look at the film and be like, "Yeah, I was tripping," and then try to improve. He's often said it. Like even like you remember when we ended the season against Miami, and he didn't pass the ball to Josh Hart. He got another chance to rectify the situation, and he did it. And he basically Josh Hart sealed the series against the
twice.
Sixers.
Yeah. Twice. He missed him twice.
Well, yeah. But at that
not
time,
to stab old wounds. He missed him twice.
Hey, look, if I was him, I wouldn't have passed her too, and I wouldn't have apologized for it. But he's probably the type of guy to say I messed up.
But you got to get. But the thing is, to your point, you have to get better, and it bothered. I remember I think it was me and Freezy. We had beat this point in so bad that Sunday, right? And I'm like, Freezy, it's not the fact that Josh would have hit or wouldn't have hit it, but the play is to make it to him because he's the one that's open. And Brunson realized that the following year, like, you know what? As the point guard, I got to make that pass. Or not even just as the point guard. As the person that the play is developing for, right? I got to be smarter to make the proper read.
It's just a basketball decision at that point. Like, if you're a good basketball player, you make that pass. Basically.
Yeah.
And he basically addressed it, said like he had sleepless nights because of it. He went on his podcast and said, I really didn't sleep over that mistake that I made. Because he had 2 turnovers to end that. And
Yes.
probably ate him up inside. And he's a guy that knows he has to live within the margins because of his size. And he has to be obsessive in order to be great. Like, no guy that's about 6 foot, around 200, not athletic, is that successful or efficient without being obsessive and chasing perfection, even if it's not really attainable. And if we're talking like the accountability aspect, I don't think anybody holds themselves any more accountable than in a league than Jalen Brunson, to be absolutely honest.
And that's why he's the captain of the Knicks.
Yeah.
Point blank, period.
They basically turned him into just Derek Jeter of the Knicks at this point, without the championships. But he's got to go out there and get it. And I think I think his attention to detail and his obsession, with him being a leader, it's probably the most ideal situation you want for your best player to be, mentality wise, anyway.
Yeah, I think often a lot of times, like a lot of people get leadership wrong. Like a lot of people, what they think good leadership is, like in the NBA, like when they look at leadership, like the ideal person they look at is, oh, Anthony Edwards. He's the leader because he's the loudest. It's the person who can adjust people. The best is the leader,
Yeah.
and it's not necessarily, you would think it would be Julius Randle because he's the most emotional, but it's the person who can adjust the others easiest. And it's not always yelling at someone. It's like, hey, telling somebody something and they believe you, and they'll make the adjustment.
Yeah, and to see, okay, so the thing about accountability and leadership is some of the parts of that are accurate. For one, though, I think what and I say this because I have like a bajillion years of corporate leadership training, and not that I paid for, but people pushed me into, and I had to take it. Right. A leader is not always the person that stands up in front of everybody and tells everybody, y'all are going to follow me. A leader is the person that the group chooses and pushes that person out front to represent them. That's what the leader is. Right. It's not like when you see, like when we watch William Wallace, when you watch Braveheart, William Wallace was not the guy that just stood up in front of everybody and did the speech at the end of the movie or whatever when they got romped, right? It wasn't about that. It was about the group of people identifying one person that best fits what the entire group wants, and they pushed that guy out front. And that's what I think Jalen Brunson is and has become as the captain of the Knicks. Jalen Brunson hitting 35-foot threes is not, that guy can shoot threes 30 feet, so he's got to be the leader. Nah. He epitomizes what the group wants, and when he's put in those positions by the group, he excels and remembers the group. he doesn't turn on the group. It's the same thing with a guy like Steph Curry. Like with Steph Curry, the Warriors pushed him out front because he epitomized what the group wanted. Right? They had a loud guy. Golden State had a loud guy on their roster that talked real loud and rallied everybody, but he wasn't their upfront leader. He was part of the leadership group, but he was not the face of their leadership group. It was Steph. Right? So when we talk about the group, the leader doesn't have to go to the group and scold the group. Right? The group knows what they want. That's why they put him out there. So when it comes to the accountability thing, that one person is not smarter or more. Yo,
that sound is crazy.
Yeah. But with the Knicks know what they want to do, right? They know what they want to do, right? So Jalen Brunson doesn't have to, when things aren't going right, Jalen Brunson doesn't have to remind them what they should be doing. The group knows what it is that they want to do, right? It's not as cut and dried as a kindergarten class where the school teacher is the leader of kindergartners. It's not that, right? So when we talk about like holding people accountable, and we talking about if we ask people to be responsible and things of that sort, it's more about everybody buying into this one thing, from the owner all the way down to everybody else under that ownership umbrella. Because it starts with James Dolan, whether people want to give Dolan credit or not. It starts with the top guy, and it's a uniform message throughout the organization. This is who we want to be going forward. And we are going to constantly reinforce this fact, whether we have to put sounds on the wall or whether we have to do rallies and things of that sort. But it's never about one person having all the knowledge or intel and then scolding everybody else to keep everybody else in line. That's not how organizations run. And the Knicks are operating like that now under Leon Rose, right? That this is about team, it's about family, it's about these certain things. They have certain core principles that they're buying into, right? Mm-hmm. And so when new guys come into this family, so to speak, they're going to be constantly reminded, like, before you enter this thing, understand this is who we are before you get here. So if you don't fit what it is that we're doing, we'll probably pass and go search for somebody else. But we're only looking for this archetype of individual to be here with the Knicks, right? And that's why I disagree with what Cowboy Bob was saying about holding people accountable and all that stuff. Accountability is not one person's job to an organization. Accountability is the organization's job to hold every individual accountable, and that's how an organization is successful.
When you say it like that, that actually shows that my interpretation of what I thought was a leader and a captain was totally off. But the way you put it, thank you. Now I see it differently, and you're right. I have to agree with you, because when you put it that way, you're absolutely right. It wasn't about my interpretation, and the same thing with the wordplay. So he's that guy. He's the captain. I agree with you. Thanks, son.
Ideally, you would want your best player to be your captain, like in a perfect world. But it isn't always that thing. Like it doesn't always work out that way. Like the best player doesn't always end up being a captain.
Yeah, but the way he put it with the staff, it made me actually understand it even more, because, and even with Fritz, when he said about the loudest person like being Randall, I always thought that that's what it was the guy who was the most aggressive.
Rah.
Yeah, no, not just a rah, the guy that put it on the table and left it there. Like, for me, I always thought, Brett Gardner was one of those guys, but we had Derek Jeter, so when you put it in with the Stephs and stuff like that, I see that I was wrong. I thought more the guy that was just out there putting in work, didn't have to be, the loud mouth guy. He just had to go there and show up and be that. I can say I was wrong. That my analysis is wrong.
We're not saying man. I'm not trying to scold a grown man on the internet. That's not my job.
Nah.
No, what I'm saying is Brunson's Brunson being the captain is something deeper than what we're maybe making it out to be. It's not just, man, somebody reached on a play and fouled somebody and Jalen Brunson going to go over there and scream in his face. That's not what it is, right? Jalen Brunson being the captain is I think that's me, bro.
It's Bob. It's Bob. It's Bob's.
Oh, okay.
No,
Yeah, I thought it was. I couldn't figure out. But
can you hear it now?
Yeah, are you on Bluetooth?
Yeah.
That's probably why.
Okay.
Hey,
I'll
disconnect your headphones and reconnect them.
I got you. Hold on.
Yeah. So the thing is with Jalen Brunson being the leader, right? What Jalen Brunson is doing is being the leader to a model of leadership, right? Like the whole thing yelling at somebody, Precious, why you missed that rotation? Bro, 99 times out of 100, if Precious misses a rotation, when the result happens, he knows it already. He missed a rotation.
Yeah.
So in that negative moment, you don't need somebody else coming to you, bringing you negative energy when you know that's already your responsibility, right? If we're talking about a teachable moment type thing, there are teachable moments all the time in life, like film study, halftime, in the period, coaching staff. You go to the bench, coach walk up to you, hey man, the reason why you missed that rotation is because they showed you a different look. This is what they showed you. We had talked about this look. They showed you a different look. They beat us, right? But you were still responsible, blah, 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 blah. And you're like, okay, I got it. You know what I'm saying? Next time, it won't happen no more.
And like captainhood and leadership isn't just like an on the job thing either. It's how you present yourself and how you operate away from the workplace.
Right.
They gave it to him for all the things he does in general. Like he's probably the only guy that on that team that probably anyone on that roster could access him at any given time. And he leans into it too. If you listen to his pod, damn near everyone off the damn team texts him or has something to say, and he brings it up damn near in his podcast. Yeah. So it's one of those things where that's one of those traits that Steph Curry also embodied. Right. You'll never find someone that will say a bad thing about Stephen Curry. Anybody that the Warriors got rid of, you don't even hear them utter his name for anything.
Yeah. And so just to touch on the thing that I was asking Fritz about what you can lean on in your time of trouble, right? You don't always get that internally. The thing we have to remember. So first of all, Leon Rose and his organization, though they're going into their 5th offseason, they still have not won an NBA title. So when I asked Leon Rose about championship questions, he can't answer them because you can't talk about what you don't know, right? And so the same thing with Tom Thibodeau, like with Tibbs. Like Tibbs, I'm asking Tibbs questions about Game 7s as a head coach. How do you manage? You can't talk about what you don't know, right? Like when the example was given about the Celtics, right? That when we bring up the Celtics and how they handle it, regardless of what generation of Celtics you talk about, there is always a previous generation of Celtics around that can help answer questions, right? There's always that. Like even when the 08 Celtics were struggling, like to get to a certain thing, to get over the mountaintop, because I think they either won championship one year and lost the next year, or something struggled with the Pistons, something. Even then, when Doc Rivers was the guy, Danny Ainge was around. Danny Ainge won championships with the Boston Celtics, right? Even when Danny Ainge was a player and Casey Jones was the coach, right? And questions abound like, hey, how do we knock off the Lakers and all of that stuff? Red Auerbach was around. Havlicek was around. There was like, they could tap into a certain thing to get some type of experience to help them get over the hump. And that's why I asked Fritz, on this level, is there a thing like when the organization is challenged? When the organization is challenged, is there something that the organization can lean on? Is there a Jerry West out there that they can lean on? Bring in a guy, maybe somebody resourceful, right? And in that sense, like if we just go by, well, maybe it's Gerson Rosas. Well, what has he
Clyde
ever
is
won?
right there.
What is Rosas ever won?
Nothing.
Right. But and that's why I'm asking, like, teams that get to this level, like teams that get to this point where the Knicks are, generally, and I'm not saying this because I want this to happen, but in a general sense, a lot of great teams add a lot of great talent and then they plateau because they don't know what championship buttons to press going for. Man, like when I heard y'all talking about adding talent, it's not that I didn't think y'all were giving a smart answer. It's just in my lifetime, I've seen teams more talented than the Golden State Warriors not win a championship. I saw Golden State legit beat the Oklahoma City Thunder, who in my mind, I thought, and I may be wrong, had more on-court talent.
But they didn't have the chemistry.
But they didn't know what buttons to push to get over that hump. When the Knicks were great in the 90s, man, the Seattle Supersonics were just as good, maybe better. And they never won a championship, right? Because they didn't know what, they didn't have a thing like a button or something that they can lean on, something to a resource to go to, right? To help them win. I mean, and we could point to examples of like the Spurs, maybe like, you know, when the Spurs won their championship, what did the Spurs lean on and things of that sort. But I can also point to the 1990s Knicks, who had Pat Riley as a championship coach, but he was on the island by himself with a tumultuous front office.
Limited roster, if you be
right. Right. If we being honest, Pat Riley was the guy. And like AD said, to AD's point, AD was like, basically, Pat Riley was like, yo, I know what buttons to press and I know how to do it. I asked the front office to do it for me and they won't. And then when I asked to be in charge of the front office so we can get over the hump, they tell me no. So I've taken this team as far as I can go. I got to go somewhere else where I can use this championship DNA and knowledge and experience and help another organization win championships. And he left the Knicks without winning a championship, went to Miami, and eventually they won 4 championships.
I think this iteration of the NBA may be a little bit different from that iteration of the NBA because teams aren't winning 2 out of 3 championships anymore, or 3 out of 4. Like we had, like the last 6 champions were different teams entirely. Like the part where you're talking about like leaning on or getting someone that can help you get that championship. Nobody on Denver has had a championship experience. They just had trial and error in terms of team composition and trying to figure out chemistry.
What about the current NBA champ?
The Celtics took trial and error, but you said they had something to lean on, right? But they also had a ton of trial and error roster composition and chemistry.
Or who
they had
the
to
Celtics
get through.
Have to lean on though? Because I think I may have a different
former
person.
champions.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like in that sense where the Celtics challenge in my mind was not just Marcus Smart not being able to play point guard. Because in theory, Marcus Smart and Jrue Holiday are the same type of point guard. Defensive, tough, add offense when needed, will guard anybody on the floor if you ask. They're in theory, they're similar. Right? Jrue
But in
Holiday,
practice, they're not.
Yeah. Jrue Holiday's just got more left in the tank, even though Jrue Holiday is, I think, older than Marcus Smart.
But Jrue has been a better.
Yeah, he's a better decision maker, a better shooter.
Yeah.
I won't say he's a better defender. I think they're on the same level. But once you add those 2 aspects in terms of IQ and the fact that you are an elite shooter, the man shot 60% from corner threes the entire year. Do you know how ridiculous that
And
sounds?
he morphed into that too. He hadn't always been that.
No, he did. He never had that jumper when he came into the league at all.
Right. So so that's what I'm asking about the Knicks. Do the Knicks need to add and so the reason why I asked Fritz is not because of I didn't think Leon Rose did an excellent job with the roster or Tom Thibodeau did a good job with the coaching staff. Is when teams get to the end of the race, right? When teams get to the end of the race, when it's like 7 or 8 contenders in the NBA, you have to find a way, some type of thing to have you better than the other 5 or 6 teams that are remaining, the other 5 or 6 teams that are left. You have to find some
Intangibles
type of edge. Yeah.
and intangible.
Yeah.
It may just be health.
I think some of it,
See what I'm saying? It may
Freezy,
just be health.
and I think sometimes the intangible could just be experience too. Like
Like,
going through enough wars that you're
like
hardened
they,
and you figure it out eventually.
okay.
Like this team has been through, this team been through wars last year. Some of the pieces were here 2 years ago against Miami. So they've had some, you know what I'm saying? They've had some moments, some dust up.
And we brought in OG and he saw firsthand what it took to win a championship.
Yeah.
Like, he was on the Raptors team. And McCall was in the finals and he saw what was the difference. And ironically, he was against the team that didn't have anything that really led that they could lean on to win a championship. Their coach never won one. The Bucks didn't win a title for 50 years. The best player struggled in the playoffs at times and was ousted in earlier rounds. Drew Holiday was known as a playoff, not a riser at that point. Like he wasn't a very efficient player and he struggled. And Chris Middleton was relied upon to be like a secondary scorer and at times to close out games. While no one on that team had a record of doing that, and granted, yes, it took like a Kyrie injury, but the result was the result. They won a championship,
Yes.
and it took years to get to that point.
Yes.
And it and the years talking about before Drew Holiday even got there, they had Eric Bledsoe, my fault, but they had Eric Bledsoe, and they realized that that type of point guard wasn't going to help them win, so they pivoted
Quick.
Then they realized they needed a center to clear out the lane for Giannis, so they went out and got Brook Lopez.
And when they gave up what they gave up for Drew Holiday, everybody at the time was like, "Whoa, you traded
Why would they give up all of that for
traded
Drew Holiday?
three first rounds for Drew Holiday?
Y'all crazy?
You crazy? Does anybody even know who those first round picks are? Who cares?
I couldn't tell you.
You think Milwaukee cares that they traded 3 for Drew Holiday? Got the chip, which ain't won in 50 plus years.
Man, and like I understand what Freezy's saying. I think teams that have that edge to where you can lean on, it gives them an edge and it gives them an additional boost. And
I'll say this.
It
I'll
helps.
say this.
But I think you can win without it. That's what I'm saying. If you have talent that fits together and that have been through enough wars, I think they can figure it out.
And I'll say this, Freezy, to that point, to Dre's point, to your earlier point, you know, what they may have is inside. And inside of them may be, you know what? Come this trading deadline, we're going to pull the trigger. Okay? That may just be what they need. Is that, you know what? We're all in. We're going to pull the trigger on this. Let's go.
And there's about 4 guys on the team that may not have won an NBA championship, but they have experienced greatness at some point at a lower level. So they may know what it takes, and they may know, like, a lot of those guys, it was an ensemble type cast that won championships for Villanova. It wasn't just this one extremely dominant guy averaging 20-25 in college. Like, I think they know that, and especially in this iteration of the NBA, depth is as important as it's ever been.
Yeah, nah.
No, I'm
No,
being real with you,
no,
Freezy.
Can I
no.
just say something real quick?
Depth is definitely as important as
Yeah,
it's ever been.
yeah. I'm thinking that was nah.
Can I just say something real quick?
I'm looking at playoff streaks right now. Teams that had been there like numerous times. Like just keep trying, and so the Celtics, the team that I use for the example, of course they won a chip. But
Took them 7-8 years, man.
outside of that, there are two outliers. One is the Denver Nuggets. The other is the Milwaukee Bucks. But I'm looking at a list of like a bajillion teams that keep making the playoffs and they don't win championships.
Well,
But
not
look at
everybody's
this.
gonna win.
There's gotta be something else aside because being there is one thing. I get it. I agree. You gotta be in it to win it, right? That's the first thing. You got to be in it to win it. You have to be good, and you have to have a good roster. I get it, right? But I mean, for every time we say the Milwaukee Bucks, I can say the Philadelphia 76ers. And they have the same things. They have a championship coach, MVP, all the things that we want to say for the outlier team. This one team has the same thing, and they hadn't won. And it's and in my mind, it's because they don't have that intangible thing that they could go to and help them get over the hump, like how Jerry West infused something into the Warriors.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
I could easily say, at no point in NBA history has there been this many different champions back to back since the 70s.
Man.
And like the singular dominant entity or the singular dominant force player isn't just gonna win you a championship alone. It's just not. Because if it was, then Giannis would win a championship every year the last 5
And
years.
so what's the other thing though?
What do you mean? The thing that
Yeah,
gives you an
because
edge?
you just because I heard you say that one dominant player is not just going to win you a
The
chip.
other thing is the depth. Where I say depth is as important as it's ever been. Right now, you need a strong top 7, 8. You need that. You can't be out there with
Wait, so
a great starting
I
lineup
think the point
and
you're making
junk
is you have
afterwards.
to have a good team.
Yeah, well, a great team. But in
Well, I
prior
mean,
iterations of the NBA, you can have 2 great players or 3 great players, and it ain't even really matter what happens after that.
I think
Chemistry matters
I
right
think
now.
that right there, I think is a myth, and it's not because Dre said it. It's because I think we look back at teams and their top player is so great that we look at the other players on a roster and just assume that they're not very good.
But in other iterations, Freezy, I'll say this: in other iterations where top teams were top heavy, and they just filled out the roster with vet minimum guys, and they still won a championship, you not winning. The Suns told you. The
Can you
Suns
give us
showed
an
you.
example though? Like what's
The
an
Suns
example of
showed
that?
you can have 3 max guys, and you fill out the rosters
No,
with
I'm
vet
talking. No,
minimums.
that's not. We're not talking. You said champion. I'm talking about what championship team had 3 great players and everybody else was on vet minimums.
The Miami Heat.
Miami Heat.
Yeah, the Miami Heat.
Yes,
on vet minimums,
yeah.
bro.
Everybody else was basically on vet minimums.
No, they
And
not.
remember, Hanslick took like
No, they didn't.
I think he took like
No, they
$5 million.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't.
Everybody else was not making great money.
No, they didn't. And no, they didn't, bro. Come on, man.
No, everybody else was not making great money.
You can look at the books. I mean, it's readily available.
You can absolutely go back and look at the books, Freezy.
No, I'm not doing that because I already know
Okay.
that Miami didn't have 12 vet minimum guys. We already know that.
They had a lot of vet minimum guys, and maybe 1 or 2 guys that made a little bit above vet minimum. But
they had 10 vet minimum guys.
They had mid-level guys. I mean, it wasn't they just look at the construction of the team. Go back and look at the construction of the team.
I think y'all are
top-heavy team.
I think y'all are misremembering. Now, I agree with Drake when he say top heavy. I think I'm inclined to agree with Drake when he say they were top heavy, right? But when we say 12 or 13 vet minimum guys, bro, I mean,
They had at least 6 or 7,
I,
and that is a ridiculous amount.
Look at Brooklyn a couple of years ago.
Brooklyn didn't win a championship. We're not
I
including.
know, but just team construction. They were top heavy.
But
And
you
they
can't.
were scraping with the
that's not-
bottom of the
But
barrel.
they didn't win a championship. We're talking about teams that won championships. Because the thing about it, if you include anybody in the thing, it gets away from the original point of a team that can't get over the hump. Do they have a reserve that they can go to and draw on to help get them over the hump? And when we bring up teams that didn't win a championship, it defeats the whole purpose of the conversation.
I'm saying in the pace and space era, you can't be out here with a bunch of vet minimums in a top heavy team. Not in this era of the NBA. Now in a slower down pace where each possession mattered even more, and the dominant player had an even more dramatic impact on a possession-to-possession basis, because every possession mattered even more, especially when we talking about back in them days when if you got an offensive rebound, it was another 24 seconds off the shot clock gone, not 14.
Right.
Possessions were heavily weighted, and the superstar player won more often than not back then. Whereas there are superstar players getting waxed repeatedly.
Okay.
Freezy, I can give you the Denver Nuggets. Denver Nuggets, like the Sixers, they have that MVP caliber player, but there is no other All-Star on that team.
Right.
They may have had guys that performed at All-Star levels at points, but there is no other All-Star on that team.
Right.
They have guys that might be overpaid, and Michael Porter Jr., he's making a max right now, and he's not performing to max level.
Right. What's his dollar amount though? I'm interested. I'm gonna find out.
Well, when he got it was the max. I don't know. He's making like 30-something million.
Yeah,
He's upper 30s. It's like upper 30s, I think.
Yeah, that's because that's one of the other things.
That wasn't me.
His mic is very sensitive.
AD and AD here scrambling eggs, bro. He's scrambling eggs in the middle of the night.
Man, cooking up real quick.
That's one of the things that I wanted to mention too is like when we mention the thing max. I get it. I get like the buzz phrases of the NBA kind of keeps the NBA fan engaged. Like when we say the max, right? And I'm not saying this for Dre, but what I'm saying is in terms of the context to a conversation like this one, where we're trying to figure out if the Knicks are going to have what it takes to win in June.
Yeah.
Just saying that the moves made this summer are just going to carry us to the promised land. We can't just say that, bro, because every other NBA team is also doing the same things the Knicks are doing. They're trying to improve their roster, whether it's in big steps or marginally. Like teams are legit trying to maintain flexibility so that they can make moves later on.
I think Freezy. That's why I think we tried to get like our pillars and a foundation.
Right.
Then we're just gonna consistently make tweaks until we find something that eventually puts us over the top.
May I just say something real quick? And I don't know if I've been repeating myself, but
go ahead, Bob.
I think that factor is Randall, because the last 2 playoffs he hasn't been healthy enough to actually get us over that hump. And a lot of the times we saw, especially last season with Brunson, how Brunson can lead this team to the second round. But you said it to me, Dre. Plenty of people said if we had a healthy Randall, I think he's the X factor. Sort of like how Aaron Gordon was to Golden State. I mean, not Golden State. Aaron Gordon was to the Nuggets. Like, yeah, Randall's here. I understand.
Have Julius Randle won? How many championships has Julius Randle won?
I understand that. I understand that, but that's what I'm saying. Like,
the conversation was about.
So it has to be a championship player?
How many championships has Julius Randle won?
None. No, but the thing is I thought you were saying we don't have that it factor to go over the hump. And I'm saying I think for us to get over that hump would be Randall. Now, if you're talking about a championship player, we don't have any.
Bro, the hump is championships.
Yeah, but Freezy, I think to your point though, you're being a little too specific, as if there is one specific person or one specific player or GM or this, that. That's not how championships are done.
That's exactly how championships are done.
No, I don't agree.
Yeah, and so you're speaking
I don't agree.
you're speaking from the perspective of a dude that probably never saw
No.
his NBA team win a championship.
No, I don't agree. Because I've seen how other teams have won it from generations to generations, and it's
Like,
not
just
one thing.
Just name one. AD.
San Antonio tanked for their championships.
Right.
Okay, they set the foundation. None of them won anything.
Right.
They tanked to get their championship, and they tanked properly. That's the difference. Houston tanked to get Olajuwon. Houston tanked to get Sampson. Facts. But they tanked properly. Every championship team is not. I get what you're saying. You want guys that has championship pedigree and this, that, and the third.
See, again, that's not what I was saying. That I asked you a specific question for you to give your own opinion on what you think it takes. But all I've been hearing.
No, I said it earlier.
That 29 other teams say.
No,
bro,
you weren't listening.
29 other fan bases that are saying the same.
No, you weren't listening.
Bro,
we covered this an hour ago.
I'm probably listening too much.
No, you weren't listening because me and Dre we already went over. It's like, look, they formed a Voltron around a Villanova situation, which was successful. 29 other teams are not doing that.
I can't even believe you said that, bro. I can't even.
Yeah, but we've been saying that. This is the house of the Brunsons. We've been saying that.
That makes zero sense.
Bridges comes from where? Bridges comes from where? Where does Dante DiVincenzo come from? Where does Brunson come from?
So dumb. That point is so dumb. I can't.
But these are the guys that have played together. But these are the guys that have played together. These are the guys that played together and won championships together. So why did they get these guys then?
No, Villanova has never.
So why did they get these guys?
I can't even believe that you say.
So why did they get these guys then?
AD, you saying Villanova is the answer to winning an NBA title like you've seen it before?
Well, you know what I'm saying is they're trying something different, and guys that played with Brunson that he has camaraderie with. Some of these guys have had some success in the NBA, like Bridges.
You said Villanova,
dude. We don't have to. We know what? It's happening now. It's happening now.
Villanova dudes won an NBA title.
It's happening now.
Just tell me when it happened, and
it's happening now. It's happening right. It's happening now.
You're predicting that it's going to happen, but you know you can't guarantee it. You say that with confidence, like this thing has happened before, and like my question is weird. Yo, of course, they got Villanova. Villanova's gonna win us a chip. You ain't never seen 4 Villanova dudes win an NBA title together. You ain't never seen no craziness like that.
So because we never saw it means that it's not gonna happen?
No, just because we never saw it means we can't state that it's fact.
You asked, your question was, what is it that we have that 29 other teams doesn't have? Right? That's what your question was. It's been answered over and over again.
That's not my question. That was never my question. The question is, when teams get to the hump and can't make it over the hump, what reserve or device can they go to help them get over the hump? That was the question, clearly stated. Teams get to the hump all the time. Philadelphia is at the hump right now, and they can't get over it.
Why can't chemistry be something that gets you over the hump? Why can't it be that? Why can't roster fit be something that gets you over the hump? Why can't roster composition get you over the hump?
So let me. Well, okay, that may be right. That may be, but what stops the other 29 teams in the league from doing it? If chemistry and roster construction,
nothing stops it. But Freezy, hold on, Freezy.
It does stop it, bro. You get one champion every year.
Hold on, let me finish. I said nothing stops it, but Brunson is not a normal situation. This Knicks team is not a normal situation. The fact that we had the ability to acquire these guys with particular skill sets that translate to winning games, you wouldn't be able to acquire these guys.
Did I freeze? What happened?
No, I ain't free. I don't know.
Now I'm listening. Go ahead, guys.
I think
No,
Dre froze.
Yeah, Dre might have froze. I can't believe they just said just because dudes went to Villanova, that's going to guarantee a championship. No, dudes going to Villanova. Okay, so what about OG Anunoby? OG Anunoby went to Indiana. Julius Randle went to Kentucky.
That's not what I said. I said they're forming. I said the basis of this team is Brunson and the guys that he plays well with. And they went out and they happened to have gone to Villanova. And they've happened to have had success together previously. You asked me what was different. We've gone over this like we've beaten this to death. That's what's different. They're going with chemistry. Guys who play well together, pieces that fit. Everybody, all 29 teams don't have this. All 29 teams are not vying for a championship. That's ridiculous.
But I can't
even believe you.
All the 29 teams are not vying for a championship. That's ridiculous. What is Washington vying for?
Bro,
Washington right now would trade their whole organization for what the Knicks have.
Is Washington at the hump? Is Washington 3 games away from the NBA championship?
They're one of the 29 teams. That was your point. They're one of 29 teams.
I was going to say
there's a whole bunch of teams that want to trade spots with us right now.
No basketball, bro.
I was going to say, Freezy, it's not even just the Villanova thing. The things that the Villanova cast actually present things that win you basketball games. Dante is an elite high-volume three-point shooter. You need those to win a championship. Mikal Bridges is an elite two-way wing. You need those to win a championship. Brunson is an elite playmaker and isolation scorer. Like, he is something that you need to win a championship with. Josh Hart is the best rebounding guard in the NBA.
And they're the only teams that have that. So that's what's going to win.
They're not the only teams that have that, but those are winning ingredients.
Right.
Those are absolutely winning ingredients.
I got you. No, the Knicks are the only team with that. That's what's going to win us a championship.
The talent and the composition and the chemistry.
The Knicks are the only team with talent.
Man,
the Knicks are not, but the Knicks are one of the few teams that have this much chemistry already. They intentionally target guys that fit immediately. It's a reason why when OG came here, he had one of the greatest impacts of a traded player.
The thing about OG wasn't a fit when he got here. OG was a fit before he got here. They knew that,
and they targeted him
that's what we
on
agreed.
purpose.
We agreed to that. That's what I'm saying. We agreed to that. I didn't have a problem with that. What I'm saying is teams that get to okay, all right. I'm just gonna mark this conversation for
I didn't say anything.
I'm saying when later on when we get to this thing about the hump, I'm gonna just remind y'all of this conversation because we do it often. It'd be like we just miss stuff out of hand because we figure, man, shit, Julius Randle just go dunk on somebody.
Man, I was just gonna ask the reason.
I already know what you're gonna say. You're gonna say, Julius Randle coming back. He'll just dunk on 7 dudes and everything will be all right.
No, that's not what I was.
And Randle's my man too, by the way.
No, I wasn't gonna say that. What I was gonna ask is this: the fact that
on alternate night we just gonna wear Nova jerseys. That's what you about to say, right?
No, I wasn't gonna say that.
We gonna wear the Nova City Edition jersey.
We should wear them every night.
What I was trying to talk about was this: the reason why I think, from listening to what's been going on, why you don't believe Randle is the guy is because of injury. What you're asking for is something else that can get us over the hump. That's more solid. Like, for example, Drew Holiday, his knowledge of winning a championship, he knows what he can and can't do to that. You're saying is more of something guaranteed than the Villanova boys and stuff like that. That's what I'm asking.
But
I'm not
I
trying to
said,
sit here and
but
change
hold
your
on.
mind. I just want to get a better understanding. That's all.
But Bob, we overpaid for a roster fit. Like you don't give up 5 first-round picks for McCall if he's not viewed as an ideal roster fit.
I
Like
was just
like
saying,
you mentioned Drew Holiday. The Bucks ain't won a championship in 50 years, and Drew Holiday never won a championship in his career, or even in college. He ain't never won nothing.
None of them did.
He was on mediocre teams. But you know
None of
what they
them
did?
did.
I was
They sold out and gave up what they had to give up for a roster fit, and it
okay.
worked for their
All I was
MVP
asking,
caliber player.
all I was asking was outside of the players, do we have something else to bring to the table? Is that what you're asking on? That's all I was asking.
Cowboy Bob, how many
But it's
years did
cool.
the Portland Trailblazers make the playoffs with Dame Lillard?
I think it was
A bunch, right? A bunch.
about 4 or 5. Yeah.
But
No
for
more than
some
that.
reason, they couldn't get over the hump.
Yes.
For some reason, one reason or another, they could not get over the hump. And it wasn't just Golden State. They lost to the Lakers one year.
Mhm.
They lost to the Pelicans one year with when Drew Holiday was
Drew
with the
Holiday
Lakers. Drew Holiday and
Dame's
Rondo.
ass, man.
Mhm.
Right. And so that Portland team plateaued and couldn't get to another level, and they couldn't figure it out. And they had to tear it down. They had to tear it down.
Okay.
And Damian Lillard is a Hall of Fame level point guard. He can shoot from wherever, right? Like what I'm getting at is some of these things that have been the standard for the NBA and the Knicks get it. We feel like it's unique to the Knicks. No, bro.
Okay.
The league has had 6'2" and under guards that can shoot the three from anywhere. It's just the Knicks finally have their turn, and it looks unique.
Okay.
Right?
This
has been going on for a long time.
Okay.
They had their
Now
turn,
I see.
but
I
they never paired that shit.
Yeah, but it's not
decided
that.
to not
It's
pair.
not that simple.
They decided the Knicks decided not pair their Hall of Fame 6'1" guard
Exactly.
with another small guard as the second best player.
Exactly.
They decided
Because that don't make
decided
sense.
to not do
That
that.
don't make sense. That barely wins, right?
It doesn't win.
That barely wins, right? And
Yeah,
so
I
the
was-
thing is, the Knicks are in a perfect situation now where they have an all-star in the front court and an all-star in the back court at the same time.
which is new to
Right.
us, but not to the NBA. Okay.
So we're standing on it as if it's like a unique time and place, right? Like oh my, this is so unique. But the thing about it is teams that have done that in the past couldn't figure out how to get the Utah Jazz made the playoffs a bajillion times in a row, and they passed the torch from John Stockton to Darren Williams, and they were still making the playoffs with Jerry Sloan as their coach, but they couldn't get over the hump. They couldn't win a championship.
I could give you a simple reason
Yeah,
how
but
it's unique, Freezy.
Yeah, but it's what that's
All
just way too simple. Oh my god!
All these teams that you're comparing them to, they drafted their stars and poorly built around them.
Poorly built around them. Those teams weren't good enough. Those teams weren't
drafted
good
them.
enough.
They drafted CJ McCollum. They drafted Karl Malone. They drafted John Stockton. We ain't drafted none of our best players. Not a one. Unless you want to count Mitch as one of our best players. And he might be out the door.
I mean, I don't get the point though.
The point you said you talking about something that's unique. Our roster composition being a contender right now without drafting most of the rotation is unique.
Y'all dragging this to a place that I'm not even. So now we're arguing about the way the roster is built, right? Y'all trying to get me into this conversation about talking bad about the roster,
No,
right?
no,
And that's ridiculous. I'm not talking bad. I'm not talking bad about the roster. I called Jalen Brunson a mega star, and y'all were telling me to calm down. Yo, calm down, man. And for those that start backsliding and say they never said it, bro, we got it on video, bro. We have it archived. When I called Jalen Brunson a megastar, people took turns coming on the panel to tell me Jalen Brunson was not a megastar. And now Jalen Brunson is a megastar, and people are telling me like, man, why you doubting the Knicks, man? The roster, man, bro. I'm not disputing how good this team is. Last time I said we were going to win 60 games this year, I think we're going to win more than 60 games. I'm not disputing that. What I ask is, what will it take to get this team over the hump? That's what I asked. I never said Randall wasn't a great player. I never said Brunson wasn't a great player. I never said OG wasn't a great player. I was pounding the table for OG and Anunoby to get here. Right? What I'm saying is teams that make the playoffs for a certain amount of years have to have that moment where things click and they get over the hump.
So what's the hump? Game 7 Eastern Conference Finals, Game 7 championship. What's the hump?
He said championship when I asked.
Define the hump.
For this team,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. For this team, the hump is the second round. Because that's the place we're stuck at. We're stuck as a second round exit team. And Jalen Brunson, for the record, his last 2 playoff appearances, his last 2 playoff exits ended with Jalen Brunson making a turnover. Jalen Brunson makes a turnover against Miami, season over. Not his fault. Not his fault. The personnel on the floor was whack. Jalen Brunson makes a turnover against Indiana, goes try to chase the guy down, break his hand. Not his fault. A lot of guys were injured. Right? What I'm saying is the second round is the hump for us. What will it take for this team to get over the hump we're at right now? And we can't just say that we'll naturally get over the hump just by improving the roster, because AD can attest. In 1988, we were saying the same thing. Oh, man, we'll just keep adding guys to the roster and eventually we'll win us a chip, right? We were waiting on the Pistons and Celtics to move out of the way, right? Because we were adding pieces. Adding pieces will eventually get better. And while we were trying to do it organically, Chicago jumped the line. And the Knicks never won a championship.
Yeah, but Freezy, but here's the one thing you're leaving out. You know
what Chicago added, by the way? Chicago added a championship player who played in the most beautiful system of basketball in New York, went to Chicago and knew that type of system, not the same offense, but a beautiful form of offense is what wins you championships. Right? They got over the hump because a guy that won championships, went to 3 NBA finals, was now their head coach. And we can say it wasn't Phil Jackson wasn't the reason. Well, Michael Jordan had already been there 7 years. If it wasn't for Phil Jackson or Phil Jackson contributing to Mike and Scottie, then why didn't Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen win championships before Phil Jackson got there?
Well, Scottie was like,
but it wasn't just him. You know what I mean? It wasn't just Phil.
You could say Scottie was the reason they got over the hump. Then Scottie alone.
You could say that then, because Scottie got better by leaps and bounds.
Right.
Okay. By the time Phil got there, Scottie was like 1 year into the league.
Right. 89. Right. Yeah. Okay.
But their roster construction was different.
So Scottie Pippen is the reason why the Bulls won championships in your mind.
You could say that
because remember, to one thing. If you say Phil Jackson, then I could just limit it to one thing changing, and I could say that. But it's not really that. It's
is that what you believe though?
I believe it's a multitude of things that help build a champion, not just one thing switching.
But he got better leaps and bounds.
Damn near unexpectedly.
No. You expect the overall number 5 pick to be good. Sorry. You see that right there? You see that right there, Dre? Yeah. That right there is why you're a Knicks fan and you've been beaten in the head with so many top 5, top 8 picks that have not been good. That's why you would say something like that. Right. Your top 5 pick is supposed to be good.
Most top 5 picks don't have a season where they're in MVP contention at any point.
True.
Is Darius Garland going to ever have an MVP caliber season?
True, but when you draft him, Dre,
you're hoping.
You hope. You hope. You don't spend your money on him.
Well. If you're talking about spending money, they had that man under a death row contract, so they
Okay.
ain't really spend no money.
I don't know. I think we probably looking for ways to puncture the thing, man. Instead, I don't know, bro. Ain't nothing wrong with being Oppo though. Like being Oppo in the thing, like regardless what somebody says, being on the opposite side of it. Ain't nothing wrong. That's for good conversation.
Absolutely.
So the power of
Like
friendship can't
whatever
be,
Cowboy Bob say, people just jump on the other side just because Cowboy Bob said it.
or is it the opposite?
It's the op. Whatever. It's the op. Whatever. Yeah.
But Freezy, what's to say the power of friendship can't be the X factor?
Again, it's one of them things, man, where
You got to see it to believe it.
Yeah, all I'm asking is prove it.
Well, Leon believes in it.
Prove it.
Right? Leon believes in it. He's assembled this team, has he not?
But technically, Leon Rhodes did say we were supposed to win championships in 5 years. So multiple championships.
He said he wanted to put together a contender in 5 years, not win championships. A contender for one. But I'll say this: we can say like the whole Villanova thing, and the Knicks don't have probably the deepest analytical staff for a reason, and I know this is gonna make you gonna hate it, Freezy, but for analytical reasons, the Villanova guys work together in this iteration of the NBA. It just so happens it works out that they all know each other.
But two of them are coming off the bench. How is that gonna work in the NBA, Drake?
What do you mean? You need a good top 7 in the NBA.
Okay.
You need a good top 7, top 8 to win championships. It's not the top heavy league anymore. We already argued this.
Facts.
We just beat the Sixers, and they might have had the two. They had Tyrese Maxey and Joel Embiid playing out of their minds, and we still beat them. You know why? Because their depth was garbage.
What the league is doing is forcing teams to be responsible. That's why you have these aprons, shorts, skirts, and all of these things, because they're forcing teams to build better management, to make better decisions, to use the caps properly,
to have a balanced team,
to maximize
your lower paid players. Like rookie contracts mean even more now.
I thought they were, at first, when I heard about it, I was doing my little research, I thought they were actually, hey, I'm like, yo, why are they making it so difficult for these minnows? I was like, nah, it's not that it's difficult. It's that you have to know what the hell you're doing.
We pay a lot of guys.
You can't beat Isaiah Thomas just trading this and doing that and plucking this guy here and plucking this guy here. It won't work.
You can't give everyone a max.
Can't give everybody a max.
5 years ago, Tobias Harris would get that max. Now, Brandon Ingram was better than Tobias Harris back then, and he can't even get a max right now because of how the whole sphere of the NBA's has changed.
Nobody's got more money than the Clippers owner. Nobody has more money than the Clippers owner. He let Paul George walk.
Because of how much it ties you up.
They looked at it, they were like, yo, we weren't winning anyway.
We get into the second apron 2 years in a row, and my draft pick 7 years from now goes to the bottom of the draft. That's the penalty you get. And the only reason you could reasonably try to do that is if you feel you're overwhelming contenders like the Celtics are. That's the only reason you would pay all these guys. The damage is just so punitive at this point. Unless you think you a top 3 team, it'll just kill your pockets and it'll kill your flexibility just to overpay.
Facts.
You stuck in the mud if you overpay. You can't even move. You can't finesse. You can't do nothing. That's why it was so key that Brunson signed his extension.
And that's why he's the captain.
I just still think we're stuck in the mud after hearing everything everybody's been saying.
What
We're
are you
still
talking
stuck.
about, bro?
Because we haven't gotten past the second round yet. I think that's the whole point that Uncle was
Has
talking
Mikal
about.
Bridges played a second for the Knicks?
Has he played a millisecond?
And has Paul George played a millisecond for the 76ers?
This ain't the 76ers channel. We are
No,
not
but I think
dissecting the 76ers.
I'm just saying.
But you gotta know, you gotta be aware, bro. You gotta be aware of your surroundings, bro.
And they are viewed
Orlando.
as
Look at what
they are
Orlando
viewed
did.
as contenders, but we supposed to not view ourselves as contenders.
Look at Orlando. Them re-signing the guys that they have and sticking to the young guys, similar to what we're doing.
They're
Building
gonna have
behind
to
the
make
guys that have
decisions
been
when
here.
Paolo's extension kicks in and Franz's kicks in. They're not in a pace to be even compared to us right now.
No, I don't think so. I think the Knicks are contenders. What I guess what I'm so I guess the Mikal Bridges move is the move that gets us over the hump, is what y'all saying.
I think it's a foundational piece, and I think developing chemistry and basically we have enough talent to compete at the highest level. It's about going out there and doing it.
Oh man, why beat around the bush, Dre? Don't beat around the bush. You just paid 5 first-round picks and Bogdanovic. It goddamn better get you to the finals.
It better get you over the hump. Yeah, that's.
I'm saying
Okay.
I'll put it this way: in the next 4 years, we get into a finals. I don't know if it's gonna be this year, but we gonna get to a finals.
Oh boy.
No
disrespect, Dre.
You can't guarantee a finals,
Dre, but I already heard this before, bro. Like you ain't telling me
with
nothing
what roster?
that I ain't never heard. Dre, you ain't telling me nothing I ain't already heard, bro. I've been a Knicks fan too long, bro. Bro, I already heard dudes. I already heard this a million times, bro. I heard this in 91. I guarantee you we winning the chip in the next 5 years. It don't happen like that, bro. It don't happen like that, bro. Bro, I remember the night we drafted Darryl Walker.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, my
bro,
God.
I was 15 years old, bro. The night we drafted Darryl Walker, right? They were like, the Knicks are going into the draft, and this draft right here is going to set the Knicks on a pace where they can compete with the Celtics. The Celtics and the Bucks were the two hottest teams back then, the Milwaukee Bucks. Yes, in the early 80s. Cats were saying, yo, we're going to leave the draft with a guard. All we wanted was a guard, right? Just any guard. Somebody. Leave the draft with a guard, bro, and we're going to win the championship.
Everybody, scream.
That front office was
AD,
more
I don't know
passive
if
than
you
this
remember
front
this,
office.
but even then, it was like, yo, why don't you just trade that pick to the Lakers for Norm Nixon? Remember, that was me and AD first started talking. That's the first thing I talked to AD about. Why we didn't trade that first round pick for Norm Nixon. That's one of the first things me and Anthony D started talking about before we even started talking about old school Knicks.
Why we didn't draft Clyde Drexler?
Why, bro? And why we didn't draft Clyde?
This front office isn't as passive as those front offices.
Right.
Well,
right.
Those front office, see, things and times change, and with analytics and this and that, and but somebody drafted Frank Ntilikina.
Oh, you mean championship savant Phil Jackson?
Yeah, somebody looked at him and said he would fit with what we want to do.
A triangle offense.
He is the opposite of Shane Larkin. Somebody said that. He's the opposite of Shane Larkin.
I mean, he's the opposite in how he looks, and right, but they both trash.
Yeah, both was trash, bro.
If you saw the very first thing you noticed with Frank was like, oh my God, he can't handle the rock, and he wouldn't be able to bring the ball up across half court consistently, which then forces your offense to do what? Start further from
the rim. Now you
Right.
run the
That
dribble
man
handoff.
put
You got
absolutely
And you're gonna tell me,
pressure
and you're gonna tell me in workouts, you didn't see this in workouts. You didn't put somebody, give him on ball pressure and see what his
Brother, he
hand gonna look
drafted
like.
Kevin Knox.
but AD, that's the thing. That's the thing. Like now, fans have more information available to them at any time. They have access to everything, right? Fans now, when you're a fan of the NBA and the Knicks in general, you have access to all the information on the planet. It's at your disposal.
Yes.
That's why when I hear people tell me stuff that I heard in the 80s when you had access to nothing, I'm like, bro, what are we even talking about? Like just saying that the Knicks improved their roster, that's going to get us over the hump. We act like the Knicks are the only team that not improve their roster.
Yeah, but here's the thing though, Freezy. You're saying to get past the second round, okay?
Right.
I'm saying
that's the hump.
That's
but AD,
the hump.
before you go, do you agree that the second round is the line of demarcation?
Absolutely.
Anything second round or less is a no-go.
Yeah.
It's a failure.
Yeah, so that's the hump. That's the hump that I'm talking about, AD.
Yes.
And I think we acquired adequate, more than enough talent to get past the second round.
Yes.
But if you're talking about winning a championship next year, I can't make that assertion. But if you're saying going past the second round, this roster constructed is more than capable of doing it.
But you didn't trade 5 and Bogdanovic for really
and Shake Milton
for really and truly just past second round dreams.
No. You didn't do that just for that. You did that to acquire a guy that probably was the incentive to make Brunson sign his contract that could help you free up more money to get more difference makers down the line.
So can I tell you
it's not just the residual effect.
But you can't predict your difference makers, Dre. And that's where we veer. That's where the road where you and I are now gonna veer. Because you don't trade 5 of your future to then say I'm gonna look then to the future.
No. The future could be a free agency signing with the money that you didn't have necessarily. Like, put it this way, AD. The wave, like the way the refractions from this, the waves from this going forward from this trade, it's gonna set this team up to be a high level championship caliber team for the next 4 or 5 years.
But okay, so let me just pause right there because Coach said something that I want to say too. I don't think the hump. I don't know if I believe the hump is the second round. I believe the hump is the NBA Finals. I believe this is I believe 2 years ago when we lost to Miami that the Knicks were a NBA Finals team, and I said that I argued with Dre and Adam at night about how I didn't fear Milwaukee. And Milwaukee lost in the first round, and I patted myself on the back, and I never saw Adam since. Right?
Adam be in the chat hating, man.
Adam be in the chat hating. and this year, I felt like this was a championship level team even before the OG and Anunoby trade. I think the main thing we needed to figure out was coming into this season, we needed to figure out how to keep the hounds off of Jalen Brunson when bringing the ball across the timeline. And I felt like we needed to figure out a way to space Mitchell Robinson away from the rim so that Randall can operate.
I got a question.
Right? I felt like if we figured out those two things, I felt like we could beat somebody in the finals. I didn't think we could beat Denver, but you know what? Denver didn't make it. Denver was a fluke.
I was gonna say, Freezy, how many championship teams got a ham sandwich started for them?
Right. Well, that's part of it too. That's part of it too.
You can't have these championship expectations and you starting a ham sandwich.
Right? No, you can't. Jalen Brunson can't dribble the ball and carry a lunchbox, bro. He can't dribble the ball and carry a lunchbox. But my thing is, the reason why I asked the question is because the Knicks have been in this situation numerous times. And for one reason or another, the Knicks could not get over the hump. Whether you talk about 94, whether you talk about 99, whether you talk about 2000, whether you talk about 96, the Knicks have always been close enough to see the promised land, right, but not enter.
What I'm gonna ask you a question. Was the best '90s Knicks team a team that didn't make the finals?
And I think everybody is going to disagree on that. I feel like the '92 team was the best.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the '92 team was the best, and I think referee whistles kept the Knicks from being in the finals. That was in my opinion. I felt like the best two teams in the NBA were the Knicks and the Portland Trailblazers.
I'm gonna ask AD, if you don't mind, which '90s Knicks team do you think was the best one?
The best team is the team that made the finals.
Well, raw results.
The best team
and
is the best
going
team.
with like
It's just you know, as far as to me, talent wise, the '97 team. The '97 team, which is like the last great year of Ewing. When they had
last great
year.
Ewing.
That's when they chopped the team in half against Miami. Just man for man talent. That might have been the best '90s team, just man for man talent. Because that was the last best of Ewing. And they had with LJ, first year LJ.
Before his back completely deteriorated.
Yeah, before his back. Yeah, he was his first year was he was still dunking. He was still dunking. That might have been the best team, but for me, it's got to be 90.
I bet you to a man, we might say this stuff publicly, but deep down inside, I think we still have tears for fears.
Yes.
Right.
PTSD?
Yeah, we still have tears for fears, bro. Like people say history repeats itself, right? And when you look at Knicks rosters that were talented, and mind you, this roster is talented. Is it the most talented roster ever? We can't say that because the Knicks had a roster with like 5 dudes made the Hall of Fame, right?
But I was gonna say, Frizzy, y'all got post-traumatic Knicks disorder. That's what it is.
I think we're confident in the team and think this team can win a championship. But
you've also been confident.
But those that follow sports know that every team has a hump that they have to get over, and it's not just a tangible hump. Sometimes something has to happen somewhere. Something.
Yeah.
Something has to happen for a team to get over the hump. It's like Jerry West. Think about Jerry West walking into a gym with a young Stephen Clay. So the greatest shooter of all time walks into a gym with a 4th-year Steph and a 2nd-year Clay. You're walking in like, yo, y'all shooting the ball, just keep shooting. Something happened because Jerry West, up until that point, was probably the greatest shooter of all time. Well, for some. One of the greatest shooters of all time. I think he's the greatest.
The easiest one you could have said was Kobe. Jerry West drafted Kobe. Well, traded for him anyway.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
The identifier of championship talent.
Yeah. Yeah.
And a nurturer.
And maybe this is Leon Strokes. Pause. That he. You know what I'm saying? Like one of my favorite general managers was Jerry Krause. All right, the late Jerry Krause, who never got the credit he deserved.
Yeah.
And a lot of those reasons is because that he didn't draft Michael Jordan, but he just drafted everybody else.
He drafted it, yeah.
He just drafted everybody else. And when Jordan and them wanted to do something different, he wouldn't listen to them. He wouldn't allow them to influence what he wanted to do. When they took turns, again, another Olympic moment, when both of them double teamed Tony Kukoc and did him dirty in the Olympics, right? That first game when they tried to destroy the poor man's, medal. And he was like, nah, he's going to be all right. And he ended up being all right and being a darn near Hall of Fame player, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes it's, what did Crouch ever win before then? What did the owner know about winning? He just was like, yo, you know what? You seem to know what the hell you're doing amongst everybody else here. I'm going to ride with you.
Okay.
Because who hired Phil? What was Phil? Phil was coaching on an Indian reservation.
Yeah.
Phil was Aaron Rodgers before Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Doing God knows what on that reservation.
Yeah. But the thing about it is Phil Jackson, and we have to give him credit, because we don't like to give him credit because of how he ended his relationship with the Knicks. Right. But Phil Jackson, to his credit, was a key cog in one of the greatest teams to ever play NBA basketball, and a key cog too, not just a guy. Right.
I say
Yeah,
this.
he was our Precious Achua.
I was gonna say.
Don't ever say that around my pops. Yo, my pops was like, yo, that dude was nothing but a coat hanger. Get out of here.
Yeah, I know. That's why they called him Phil. Because he was just all arms and legs, bro. all arms and legs. And my uncle said he used to keep a wig under his jersey. So, but
a wig under your jersey.
Yeah, he used to keep a wig under his jersey. But yeah, man, the reason why I ask is not to be divisive or whatever, but every fan base is gonna say the base level stuff. We got to add more talent, or we added more talent. We got to add more wings, add more shooting. We need such and such. Like, every fan base is saying the same thing. That stuff is not unique. No matter what, you can go on YouTube right now and watch any fan base YouTube channel USA, and they're gonna be saying the same thing that Knicks fans saying. Hey man, we got to shore up the wings. We got to shoot the three better. We got to stay healthy. Though that's the base level stuff. Everybody's saying that.
But I say this, Fruzy. Everybody says that and everybody wants that, but not everybody gets that.
Right.
Facts.
And we got it. That's the hardest part.
Right. So we have the one part, right? So we have the one part. So we have the personnel, but the other part that I mentioned too was health. And do we have that? Do we have? That's one of the
to be seen.
Well, that's another reason why they went out and got a guy who's never missed a game.
Right.
But that's one player, and we still need Randall, OG, and other guys that also.
Yeah, but
that could be said for any team in the league.
Yeah, but when you have a guy like that with heart and guys that it's hard to get out of the lineup, you sleep better at night. You know what I'm saying?
Like,
OG gets hurt, you slide Bridges to OG spot.
Health is a prerequisite to win a championship. You're not winning one without it. Like Freezy, you said the Bucks got eliminated in the first round. I'm pretty sure a big part of it was because Giannis didn't play.
Right.
You can win a championship with a certain amount of injuries, but once you have key cogs gone, it's just not everyone else. Like, the entire league is gonna have to be knocked down by a peg with injury for you to win at that point.
Yeah.
Like, it's a war of attrition at that point after the 82 game marathon, and then you got to go through the most grueling part of the schedule where you're playing a good team every night, and they know what you want to do, and you know that they know, and that you know that they know what you want to do for a 7-game series,
and you can't do nothing about it.
Yeah, you just locked in the cage match.
Because at some point in time, that's what happens when it's your turn.
You know what I would. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, when it was your turn, when it was Detroit's turn, right? When Boston could no longer bully them or whatever, they couldn't do nothing about it.
They just had to take it. When it was Chicago's turn, and Detroit couldn't do nothing about it.
But you know who else was on that hump though? You know who else was on that hump, bro? Like we mentioned the team in history. Right, like we know it was Detroit's turn. right? We know Chicago took over, right? But what you're not mentioning is the other teams that were on that hump at the same time. The
No, you're right.
the Dominique Wilkins Atlanta Hawks, the Pat
But
Ewing New York Knicks, the
champ,
Charles Barkley Philadelphia 76ers. See that's what I'm saying about the conversation. Like we point out the one thing, but you don't
but
point out the
winning a
other.
championship
You
is
don't know, bro, you don't know who the next you don't know if the Knicks are gonna be better than such and such and such, right?
but Freezy,
We just
winning a
think
champ.
on page. Dre, let me just finish my
Yeah,
thought,
go
bro.
ahead. My fault. My fault.
Just you don't know. It's championships aren't won on paper, right? Championships they're won on the floor, and a lot of factors go into who the eventual NBA champion is. Because right now we're saying we're in that position to be the heir apparent to the Boston Celtics, who's got a very young core. Like we're gonna take their place and be dominant in the East. But we don't. We say that in the Knicks fan base. But what's Indiana's fan base or fan base thinking? What's Cleveland's fan base thinking? And we don't know which of those teams is gonna be
Sixers.
that.
Yeah.
But
I
they
was gonna
should.
say, but
But
by
they should be
definition,
thinking the same thing.
but by definition, Freezy, like winning a championship means you're an outlier. Like only one team gets to win it. If
Right.
you're in the conversation, that's a hell of a lot better than what 25 other teams in the league.
Right.
Like winning a championship. Of course, there's going to be more teams on the bubble because only one team can just win. I believe this team has the potential to do outlier type things because winning a title is an outlier. Period. Like it's not easy, no matter who it is.
AD, you know what my answer is to that? Because I was thinking about it. I was just scrambling my brain while we were talking about stuff. If I'm Leon Rose, you know what I would do? I would bring in a championship level team president to be an advisor to the Knicks. Right? Not somebody that's just going to threaten to take my job, of course, whatever. But I would look into adding a Bob Myers or Mitch Kupchak or someone in that realm of championship level executive, somebody that was a shot caller somewhere else, and bring them in as an advisor. And if I have to pay them some weird salary like $4 million a year, I just tell Dolan to cut the check.
So
Right?
Freezy,
Hold on,
Gerson Rosas winning 2 D League champions as a GM is not good enough for you?
No, hold on, Dre. Hold on, Dre. Here's the thing, Freezy. That was awful. Yo, here's the thing, Freezy. Here's why you wouldn't do that, especially at a moment in time now.
Here's why you wouldn't do that.
Why I wouldn't do that.
Okay.
All right. Let me make that clear. You're correct. It's all about relationships, Freezy. Right? These guys that came here together outside of Perry, it's just them. And they're doing what they're doing together. To bring in a Bob Myers, so to speak, or whatever, you don't know if Bob Myers is necessarily going to be coming in here with any kind of good intentions and really trying to see this shit go where it got to go, or Bob Myers may have intentions of let me be the next guy. See what I'm saying? It's always about these cliques. It's the CAA, connections with Leon and this, and it's his people. I get what you're saying. Someone that maybe can give an alter opinion in something that, that has some experience in it, but they're just not going to do that. You know what I mean? I wouldn't do it.
Breezy, what if I told you we already have a guy in the front office that was integral or a piece of a championship organization?
Don't say.
Brock Aller was the director of basketball operations for the Cavs when they won. And he's our cap guy, right?
Yeah.
And all the money and all the nerd stuff that we talk about in terms of the moves that we had to make to even have this roster as it's currently put together, which is a hell of a roster. If we're looking at it from a money point of view, in terms of money, cash being spent to talent, Brock Aller's imprint is completely all over that.
It just all has to go right to winning a championship. That's just the truth, man. Like you need help. We've seen teams that, that Pacers team that ended it all in the Palace and whatever. That was a damn good team.
Oh yeah, yep.
That was a damn good team.
That was the peak of Ron Artest. That man was averaging 24 points per game while being Defensive Player of the Year.
That man was an absolute monster at that point.
Prom jail.
And yeah, before y'all move on, we went from Bob Myers to the Malice at the Palace, bro. But before y'all get go too far down the road, no, I don't think bringing in a guy like that would interfere with the because the thing is guys at a certain level understand professionalism, bro. Like, you gonna risk your career resume because you want to stab your boss in the back, right? Now, those are the type you don't really. Nah, man, you don't. If you bring the guy in, you want to keep improving your resume, and what would improve Mitch Kupchak's resume would be adding a championship to the New York Knicks.
Mitch Kupchak was trash, though.
Okay, all right.
Well, I mean, after, of course, they won a championship, but after that,
there's no love lost in this thing.
Then them Hornets years are terrible.
Yeah, and the Hornets were terrible. The owner was terrible.
But he had years to figure it out. Years. Yeah. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4. Like,
it wasn't like that, bro. He was handcuffed. Here, he was handcuffed.
Freezy, you can say he handcuffed.
I'm here, bro. I'm right here in the area in which this dude occupied, bro. I heard about this stuff on the news. I hear every day.
Who are we talking about?
You can say handcuffed,
Mitch Kupchak.
But
I'm immersed. I'm in Hornets country, bro.
Hey, man, I understand what you're saying, Freezy. You can say handcuffed, but did you see the roster that Leon Rose inherited?
Yeah.
Bro, but see, okay, so so Leon Rose basically had a clean slate, right? When Leon Rose got here, in theory he had a clean slate. Now, in cleaning a slate, you have to put in placeholders, right? You have to have certain placeholders because you got to meet the cap floor. But when Leon Rose got here, bro, he didn't have damaged goods locked up for 4 or 5 years, bro. You know what I'm saying? He didn't have bad contracts on the roster that were albatrosses that prevented him from doing certain things. The thing is in Charlotte, no matter what, because the thing is in Charlotte is this, and I'm not pounding the table. I don't want to stand up for Charlotte, but I believe this to be true. Charlotte had a bright young front office that could see where the league was going and trending, right? But they had an ownership group that felt like they could relive if you catch this lightning in the bottle type thing, then that's how you win a championship. Right, it's the reason why they drafted Michael Kidd-Gilchrist over Bradley Beal. Right, because if you get a 6'6", 6'7" athlete that could do it all, you can, in theory, recreate Scottie Pippen. Right, instead of getting a combo guard out of Florida that got tested every night and had to do it all for his Florida team. Right, If you get a combo guard that had to do it all for his team at Florida and bring him here, he can, in theory, do it all until you find another piece that goes along with him. But the front office said, hey, listen, this kid, Kid Gilchrist, looks like the next Scottie Pippen. And that's why they took him. Right? And so on and so on and so on. It doesn't matter. Like Charlotte had a bright, young front at the time, had a bright, young front office that wanted to be innovative and be ahead of the curve because they had limited resources. Free agents wasn't going to sign there.
But when was that? Jordan was the one that made all the moves. When was this bright young?
They were there, bro. What I'm saying to you is you can hire all the bright, smart people that you want to, if the main decision maker is going to make the decision based off of his instincts.
Okay.
Having the information doesn't matter.
Facts.
You can have all the information in the world, but if the ultimate decision maker is like, yeah, I hear all that stuff about analytics. I hear all that stuff about 3-point shooting, man, but I wasn't a 3-point shooter as a such and such. So that's how you win championships. I'm the GOAT. Bro, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, right. That's what I'm saying. Like certain franchises and organizations, bro. We can't just say because they failed that they didn't have the answers, right? Sometimes like the Charlotte Hornets had all the answers and they failed because they were feeding him the answers, but he felt like his outdated answers were the true answers, and they were not.
I'll give Mitch Kupchak like some grief because he inherited that Batum contract, right? But he replaced it with another one, which was worse, which was the Hayward contract. So I'm not absolving him. That man don't know what he's doing.
Bro, I get it. I understand where you're coming from, bro. But Charlotte is not. I tell you what.
Somebody got to take the blame, Crazy. I'm sorry. Somebody got to take the blame, Crazy.
Bro, it's the owner. It's the owner and the management, bro. Watch Charlotte going forward. Like, watch Charlotte going forward, and you'll see that these people that work, bro, Cowboy Bob, the people that work in these front offices, bro, with these degrees and all, they're smart people, bro. These ain't idiots.
Yeah, they got PhD.
There's levels. There's levels to it.
Yeah, bro, it don't matter. It's like when you go to work and you can solve a problem, but your boss's boss is like, if I didn't think of it, we ain't doing it.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, Freezy, every lawyer passed the bar exam, but not every lawyer is Johnny Cochran.
Nah, that's what I'm saying. And even when I mentioned the thing about the Knicks, the thing about any organization is you at least have to explore different ways of thinking about the same issues. It's the reason why you want to bring people of different backgrounds and cultures in, because regardless of how you see a problem or an issue or a bright spot, when you bring others in, they'll view it maybe through their lenses and perspective, and it gives you a more well-rounded view of what it is that you want to solve, as opposed to everybody thinking about it the same way. And AD know that. AD know what I'm talking about. I don't even know why AD even argued that. And he saw Al Bianchi and Dave Checkett's together.
Well, Checkett's, he comes after Bianchi, but
I mean, you mean not Checkett, the dude.
Patino.
No, the dude that was the dude after Dave DeBusschere.
Right, that's Bianchi.
No, not Bianchi. The other dude.
Oh, that was Sterling is like, yeah, Sterling is the interim, like right in there in between the two of them.
So one dude is thinking, okay, do we go get these young, fresh college guys and build this thing this certain way? We still got Bernard King's salary on the bench, right? Remember, Bernard King was still a Knick, even though he wasn't playing. His salary was still on the books. You couldn't sign more talent, right?
Right.
So you know what I'm saying?
But they didn't want him,
and they didn't want him.
They didn't want him.
They were paying him. He wasn't playing. He was an outdated type
In their minds.
In their mind, yeah. That's what I'm saying. And so do you watch all these teams draft young guys early in it? Now, mind you, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87 was a draft renaissance, right? You could draft a guy and he could come into the league and be your franchise player. But before 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, when you drafted a rookie, you just brought him into your camp and hope he made the team. You know what I'm saying? And not that stark, but you get what I'm saying. Like rookies before Mark Aguirre, I guess that's 80, 81. Rookies before Mark Aguirre, you just hope they made the team. Generally, you didn't hit on rookie. Rookie would come in and make his way up the depth chart over 2 or 3 years, and before you know it, you got a starter. That's basically what they were doing, right? But then you have the guy AD talking about, and I keep forgetting his name, and Al Bianchi have two different things. One guy wants to win now and keep his job. The other is, hey, man, we could just build through the draft, just add a piece every year, and eventually in 4 years, 3 or 4 years, maybe 5 years, you'll have the Cleveland Cavaliers. The Cleveland Cavaliers that had a rotation so deep that they saw
the game differently.
Right.
They saw the game differently because
right.
Pitino wants to trap and press, and Bianchi's like he doesn't want to do that.
No, because Bianchi and AD probably remember this in the paper. Veterans don't do that because it puts too much wear and tear on a veteran's body. Yeah. These guys are too old to do that 82 games year after year. You'll ruin guys. Was he right? Was Bianchi right when he said that? I think he was right.
But
I think Pitino was right also.
But he was right, but then Pitino went and cut all the veterans. He went and cut all the veterans. He cut Rory Sparrow the second day of training camp.
Yeah.
The second game of preseason.
Right.
Cut Sparrow, cut Ray Williams, Louis Orr, all them guys. He cut all them guys.
Yeah. Because the thing he wanted to do to the opposing team actually reflected on yourself. But the thing about it is, when you have young legs want to run. Right?
Yes,
it's just a part of it.
Yes.
But AD, the point that I was getting at though is when you bring in a guy, because the Knicks are at a hump in my mind, and I think I may have misspoke or said it wrong, right? Or maybe I was wrong, but I think the hump is the NBA Finals. You got to get the Knicks. That's where they are. I felt like the Miami series, the Knicks should have won it. There was we left plays on the floor. We lost to Miami. Miami didn't beat us, is in my mind, right? Yes. And then in the Indiana Pacers series, people are going to tell me injuries, bro. But I remember Game 3, right, when we couldn't let Indiana score. Remember, we came back and took the lead from them. You remember how lit Game 3 was in Indiana?
Yeah,
it looked like your TV was shaking. It was so lit in Indiana. We withstood their storm and then reeled them in late. Right, took the lead, they took it back. We took a lead, they took it back. We tied it up, and then Nimrod hits the most improbable 3-pointer over Jalen Brunson you would have ever seen. But if it doesn't go, that game might go to the Knicks, and the Knicks would be up 3-0 with the Indiana Pacers complaining about injuries.
The only thing I have pushback about is the Miami Heat thing, because it seems if you were to go around the league and ask teams that lose to the Miami Heat, it feels like they always say, we just lost to them. They didn't win it. At some point, that's their MO. They make you lose. Maybe they make you commit these mistakes and errors in judgment and breakdowns mentally.
Or they're a team that lives in the margins. When you live in the margins can go either way. But when you play Miami, it seemed like it always seemed to go their way. But if you played them in the margins, you felt like you had a chance in every game. Every minute of every game, you felt like you had a chance, but you lost the series.
Yeah, but Tibbs had a bad tactical
That man was double teaming a
Series.
hobbled Jimmy
He
Butler.
came out the first game, first play. He came out double teaming.
And
Not
then he
even a
started,
shot. Not even a
But
shot happened.
But the
and he should have
personnel was
known.
different.
He
scored
should have known
90.
from the prior series that their
Yeah,
shooters
Jimmy
were on
scored
fire.
90.
So double teaming was stupid to begin with.
It was just
But their
dumb.
personnel was different, bro. Remember, Julius Randle didn't play in game 1.
Yeah, but the thing is, Freezy, the cards hasn't been dealt yet.
Okay.
You still
You
had
understand
Grimes
what
and
I'm saying?
RJ, like
The
those
cards hasn't
liabilities on
been.
defense.
Miami hadn't shown you anything yet. It wasn't like he was hot and he was cooking. He came out doing this nonsense, and it
Panicked.
weakened
It was a panic.
their perimeter defense because they were shuffling. They were shuffling around. It was silly.
I'm sorry, seeing a guy that's gonna be playing me, and he played 2 games and scored 90 plus points, and
He hadn't scored a point against you yet.
RJ is
He
my
hadn't
defenders.
scored a point. He hadn't scored a point against
First
you
off,
yet.
RJ wasn't even guarding him.
No, I'm
First
just
off.
saying for me, I'm just looking at it as I thought that whatever we were gonna do, Jimmy Butler was gonna play the way he was. Even though he
Jimmy
wasn't
Butler
as
was on a
effective.
hobbled ankle, and he still double teamed him every second of that
I
series.
agree. But like I
Well,
said,
yeah, I'm gonna say this, man, and I know the truth is gonna hurt, right? Truth hurts, right? But there were games where I felt like when he went to Deuce McBride, we were throwing in the towel against Miami. Like every
He ain't
time
have nothing
Deuce,
else.
yeah, I know. That was one of the things. You know, I was thinking like, why is he okay? If they're gonna score anyway, why not just Fournier, bro?
That man took out Jalen Brunson and Julius Randle at the same time.
At the same time.
Yep, and
Same time.
our 8-point lead went to a 4-point deficit just like that.
And most coaches in the league, one of their 2 top players are always in the game, especially in an elimination game. And he took both of them out at the same time. And you lose, and that's when we lost the game right there.
Yeah.
Just like that.
Just like that. Just like that.
Yeah. And mind you, that was a game 6. That wasn't a game 7.
That wasn't a game 7. That was
Right.
game 6.
But I said elimination game. It was for us. It was an elimination
Dre,
game.
again, I'm not talking. I wasn't talking
okay.
to Dre.
Oh,
I
my
never
fault,
said
my
you
fault,
did,
my
bro.
fault,
I
my
didn't
fault,
attribute
my
a lot to you, bro.
My
I
fault,
didn't. I'm not twisting your words. Right. Like I'm just making a separate point that that wasn't a game 7. That was a game 6, right? In Miami, right? Or was it in Miami, right?
In Miami.
Game 7, you get a 2-day gap, then you play in the Garden in a game 7 with all those guys that had those nicks and dings get a 2-day rest to play a game 7 in the Garden.
Yeah.
And your outcome is different. Right? You look at things differently, man. That's all I'm saying is all I'm saying is like the smallest little things. And even in that elimination game, Thibodeau drew up the best out of bounds play I ever saw him draw up in his life to get Quentin Grimes that wide open 3.
Oh my God.
And Quentin Grimes didn't have Cowboy Bob probably remember this, but Quentin Grimes had about 800 square feet of space to shoot a 3, and he shot a sidewinding UFO. When Bam Adebayo saw it leave his hand, they started laughing and celebrating. As soon as they saw it leave Quentin Grimes' hands, they started celebrating.
That jumper was very light skinned.
That jumper was very freakish. It was very great.
Very.
Still is.
Very. They just had some bad moments. He just had some bad moments to me.
Bro,
he wasn't ready for that moment.
Bro, that man was so wide. AD, Kyle Lowry was so fooled by the play. Remember, Kyle Lowry left Grimes to go double Jalen Brunson, remember?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And Kyle Lowry slipped down and fell when he saw Grimes sneak to the corner. And for those that are basketball nerds and purists, they know the corner 3 is the 3 that you want. And you draw up a play where your best non-Brunson shooter get a wide open look in the corner and he shoots a UFO, as soon as that ball left his hand, I knew he was getting traded, bro.
That I was gonna say, as soon as that brick went up, man, he was all officially on trade filler watch.
Yep. I didn't think he was gonna make it through the summer, bro.
We went out and got guys ready for the moment, and for better or worse, the game OG got hurt, that man was playing out of his mind.
Yep.
That man had like damn near 30 in the third quarter.
Bro, man.
There you go.
And so AD, this is like, these are the type things that I'm talking about. Like
injuries is a part of it.
Well, one of the things I was gonna mention is when you bring in a championship level guy to, because basically Leon Rose's front office, and I'm not knocking them, I think they've done an excellent job, but they're thinking like one way, they're thinking a certain way, right? But what if in this year's playoffs you'd have brought in, or say you'd have brought in Bob Myers, and then Bob Myers would have said something along the lines of, guys, you know what we need? We need a non-Villanova player here. Let's see if we can find us a Sean Livingston. Right? So when because I've been in this situation before where a diminutive scoring machine guard gets trapped and double teamed every time he thinks about basketball. And what we did was we put a Sean Livingston type guy on the floor, a guy that you can't guard one-on-one, not because he's fast, but because he's knowledgeable and crafty. Right? How about we ain't gonna play him through the year, bro. What we're gonna do is put him on the bench. He knows he's playoff P. Right? Hey man, no, you're not going out here tonight, bro. You're gonna play these 8 minutes and you're gonna put them things on your knees, and then we'll see you in April. Right? These are the type. This is the type things I'm talking about, like thinking through things a certain way. It's like, AD, remember that the Lakers did it with Bob McAdoo.
Yeah, but here's the thing though, Freezy, with that.
The Pistons did it with James Edwards.
They're not gonna. Yeah, but here's the thing: they're not gonna do anything at this moment in time that Tibbs doesn't want. Gone are the days of them bringing in the Cam Reddishes and Tibbs not gonna play him. You understand? If Tibbs down to the last man at the very end of the bench, if Tibbs don't find Tibbs don't want him, then those days are over.
Right, but
so if you're gonna have somebody that's gonna be counterproductive to what Tibbs wants, if you're saying that he's working with Tibbs and Tibbs says, well, yeah, I need this, so get me that. But if you're telling me you have somebody who's gonna be like, well, Tibbs, I think you could use that instead of that. No, that's not gonna work.
That's not what I'm saying. Because ultimately, the Knicks did what I just said in their second big trade of the season when they brought in Alec Burks, right? Yeah. So ultimately, that's what they tried to formulate Burks into, and it worked against Indiana in Game 7. Alec Burks scored more points than Jalen Brunson in that Game 7. Right? What I'm saying is not that you force the coach to be uncomfortable, right? But you want to cover all your bases. Like, hey guys, listen, I think what we have an excellent plan, but maybe we should consider getting a backup for the backup. Yeah, because once we lock this playoff roster in with Charlie Brown and Daquan Jeffries and them dudes like that holding roster spots, if something happens, either you're going to have to go to a 6-man, 7-man rotation, or you're going to have to play Charlie Brown Jr. and Dwayne Washington. What would you rather do? Would you rather get a 35-year-old veteran and tell him he's not going to play and he's break glass in case of emergency, or do we want to carry Charlie Brown Jr.?
Broken glass everywhere.
I get you, Freezy, but like I said, it still has to be according to what Tibbs wants to do.
And plus the days of carrying a practice player like that, I think that might be a dinosaur approach. Because I don't know if NBA teams even practice that hard like that anymore.
No.
I don't know if they do. I don't want to speak to whether they do or they don't, because I personally don't know.
Tibbs may be the last of it, because every year he gets voted as the least likely to want to play for. But as
Right.
but as Jalen Brunson has clearly told the world, he wants to be pushed. He likes to being pushed. This is the kind of intensity that he wants. But back to your point, I get it. A different look, a different mindset, to be able to have a counter, but it still has to go in line with what the coach wants to do. They're not going to do anything anymore that he doesn't want to do.
But you're not going to hire somebody that's not going to be in lockstep. You're not going to hire somebody that's going to rock the boat. That's the last thing you want to do.
Yeah.
The person that you bring in to be an advisor understands that.
Yeah.
AD, you know it before AD, you old as dirt. You've been an advisor before.
He bet it, but he bet it. But look what happened to the Lakers. To your Lakers point, right? That 80 team, that's not Paul Westhead.
I know that.
They hired somebody else who got hurt. Right?
Yeah, he got hurt in the bike accident.
Right? And when it was time for him to come back, they were like,
And then he resigned and said he resigned, but he knew he was getting fired. Yeah.
They were like, I think
but you know who the team president was of that team, right?
That's Wes.
A guy that won a championship for that city.
But he's a little different though. He was a lifer. You know what I mean?
But that's the point that I'm getting at. I'm not saying what y'all are saying is wrong. What I'm saying is
my bad. I stepped away for a second.
Yeah, having a guy that you can bring in that is in lockstep with you. It's like how all of us feel about this channel. Like how all of us feel about y'all channel, right? Like all of us are invested in like this channel being successful, right? Having a place for us to come through and rock, all of us, right? But we may not see eye to eye on everything all the time. Does it mean that we don't like each other? Absolutely not. It don't mean that. It just means Dre likes wearing blue jeans on Monday, right? I like to wear slacks on Monday. I'm not mad at Dre. Right? I'm not mad at Dre for that. AD might like to wear joggers on Monday. Do I feel like I'm being double teamed now?
I am not.
Am I going to raise dress code questions? Nah. People have, we have to. I am under the assumption. I operate under the assumption that most people are smart, right? Like even when we open it, I'm like, I just feel like most people are smart. Most people have sense. Most people have their own experiences or whatever. They bring their stuff to the table. You don't really question them as a person. Like you might question a take, like Cowboy Bob always bringing up Randall, but you know what I'm saying? You don't think we're not going to say, well, Cowboy Bob don't know what he's talking about. Cowboy Bob does know what he's talking about.
Cowboy Bob dreams for Randall to lead the Knicks to the championship. That's Cowboy Bob's ultimate goal.
Right.
Yeah.
Is to have Randall lead the Knicks. For Randall to be the MVP.
No. I just want him to win a ring with us. That's it.
But AD, the point that I'm getting at is when you bring in an advisor does not have power. All they have is advice.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. They don't have power. They just have advice. That's why they're in that role, right? You can listen to the information that they have and take it as data, or you can be the Michael Jordan Charlotte Hornets with all those sharp young dudes from all around. Dudes like the girl, I forget her name, the girl with the Princeton degree and all this stuff, talking to them about this thing called analytics and the wave and the future, and they laughing like, did you ever play? So you ever played? She like, nah, I played in high school. I never played in college. Well, you don't know what you're talking about.
So are you not confident in what management is presently constituted?
See, that's a
that they can get it done.
That's a trap question. I already told you I'm super confident in them.
Then if you're super confident, then Why are we going outside? We good.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah, that's a. I don't know. I don't
Why are we
agree
going
with.
outside?
I like
Yo,
that.
we
That
gotta
don't
dance.
sound
We
nice.
gotta dance with the chick that we brought to the Brahma unless she got corns on her feet.
AD, that don't make sense. That's you saying. I don't want new information. That's
Or at
bizarre,
least a
bro.
side
To say
opinion.
to say you don't want new information.
If we're confident in the team management that we presently have, then we have to rock out with them, Freezy. I get what
Bro,
you're saying, that
I
new
think see
information, but
you twisted my thought, bro. I never said replace people in the front office. I never
even
said question
even
their decision
adding,
making.
even adding. You don't think we have
So
enough?
you don't believe in diversity, is what you're saying.
Are we not diverse enough?
No. There it
Okay,
was
all right.
since when has diverse enough ever meant diverse enough is like that's like saying status quo, except the opposite of it.
Do you know before the man signed a player, spoke to the media, which he never did, he spent like $15 million of Dolan's money to hire the best and the brightest. Got all of these people.
Right.
Aller, this one, that one, kept Perry, this one, that scouting, new scouting team. He spent a whole lot of money.
Right. And so based on that, they shouldn't look to get smarter. Like again, based on what you're saying is we're plenty smart right now. We don't need to get any smarter.
I'm saying we may just be plenty smart right now. We may just be plenty smart right now. You know, we may it Freezy. If you're saying to me, well, if this happens again and we don't get by the second round, all right, AD, let's look at things a little different. Fine.
Then it's too late.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Here's the thing in sports. There's gonna be a winner, there's gonna be a loser. And sometimes in life, you gotta go through some shit before you win.
And I think we
That's
did
the facts.
season.
I've seen it happen to a lot of great teams.
I think Dre evacuated your side. Dre, you still on AD side?
Yeah, I'm on the 80 side.
Okay. So you don't believe in adding more
Information.
info to the conversation. We got plenty enough.
I think what 80 is saying is correct. I think there's something to be said about how they've changed the roster and flipped the roster over in the last 2 years in terms of adding talent that fits on paper, of course.
Okay.
And like you said, Freezy, OG was a fit before he even got here,
Right.
and it translated completely onto the court. And McCall was a fit before he even got here. And every move that we've made in the last 2 years or so has been extremely beneficial towards winning basketball games. And if there's anything that you can take as far as that being transferable, I'm pretty sure you got to win games to win a championship. So if we keep adding guys or targeting guys, like we target guys that fit a certain style of basketball that Tibbs idealizes, and that wins basketball games. Will it win you a championship? That's the end game, but I think we're in that path or in that trajectory to achieve those things. It may
Yo,
not happen the first year.
maybe it
Hell,
was Fritz.
hell, maybe it may not happen the second year. But you gotta press your luck.
Right.
I know you don't like hearing that though. You like guarantees and things of that sort.
I like data.
I mean,
I,
I
I'm
mean,
I'm
I
I'm
mean,
for data. I'm for information. I'm pro information and I'm pro diversity.
past data would suggest we are an elite basketball team right now, today. Past data suggested OG Ananobi would be a perfect fit. And when he came here, he was a historically good fit as far as any midseason trade probably ever.
I don't know if we're talking about the same thing.
Okay, what are you talking about then? So I
Yeah,
can
because
clarify.
none of us are talking about roster flaws or that.
Now, what is it?
Or like we felt like the front office is a great front office. It's probably the greatest front office ever. Once they win a championship, it'll be the greatest front office ever. So yes, we're not talking about like we don't have a beef with Leon Rose. I think they are doing a great job.
Okay.
I'm not talking about the roster and all that stuff.
You just want to add to Dolan's payroll, basically.
No. What I'm saying is, it's like it would be like if Damon saw us on and he wanted to jump on the panel, and I'd be like, nah, we good because we got a good Knicks thing going on.
You would be right.
Right. To some people, but not to me, because I believe in perspective. That man could come in and tell us something about ourselves that we don't know because we have a laser focus or laser view, but others have a eagle-eyed view of things. They have an eagle-eyed perspective that they could share.
But what about continuity?
What if I said our front office is actually very deep, like already with different, like with guys with different perspectives on how to roster build and roster composition and money allocation. What if I told you that was already the case right now?
I tell you that I already knew that.
So this is a moot point.
How many cooks do you need in your restaurant?
You need you can never run out of cooks. Now, if you ask me about how many decision makers, right? Like how many shot callers? One.
And you could always use new line service too.
Yeah, when it comes to certain stuff, you want to. It's like how many channels of information do you need before you're overwhelmed, right? And I would look at the overwhelmed part, not the channels of information part, right? Like how much? Okay.
Yeah, but you can begin to. It's human nature then to second guess, Freezy. See what I'm saying? It's
At some point, how many voices till it becomes
yours
before you get diminished returns?
It's like a library. You walk into a library, you have all these books to give you the information you need. And when you feel comfortable and confident, then you like, okay, now I could go. I think that's what I'm getting from this. Like, you need as much information to make sure what you're doing is accurate and correct and make adjustments along the way.
And one would say, you pay millions of dollars for an analytical department to have a million voices dictate those things. Like we have a lot of people giving ideas and thoughts on how we should build. It may not be people know,
right?
but it's definitely people on the payroll that get paid to analyze the game.
I think y'all may be dragging my. Oh, you brought advisors. When you bring in an advisors don't do all that stuff that y'all are mentioning.
We get it. We bring in an advisor. We bring in Isaiah Thomas, and then we end up like the Suns.
Exactly. I was just about to say that.
No. Okay. All right. Okay.
Whatever. I was just about to say that. Exactly. That's there's a flip side to this.
AD, what about Isaiah Thomas gives you the impression that he would be an advisor for the Knicks?
He's always had a relationship with Dolan.
He
always had a
relationship. The organization for damn near a decade.
He's been in it.
Wait. You talking about the dude that was fired, right?
I'm talking about the same dude that was not fired. The same dude that the owner went back to the league to have him come back when he was Liberty coach or Liberty whatever. And the league told him no.
But you know what the league did though? The league hired him.
Okay.
Yeah, the league hired him. It's why you still see him to this day. Because he works for the NBA.
If you try to bring a guy like that right now as Dolan's consultant right now, like openly, Like openly?
I don't get. Bro, the clothes. We sound like legit. We sound like Rex Ryan right now.
That's fine.
Bro, we gonna run Sean Green 42 times, bro.
No, I'm batting the hatches.
That's what we we gonna run Sean Green 42 times.
Sean Green ran over San Diego. Sean Green ran over Cincinnati. Sean Green ran over the Patriots twice.
Right. But he never ran in the Super Bowl.
That wasn't his fault.
Right. What I'm saying, my point is not that you bring in somebody that's a decision maker. I think y'all are equating an advisor to a decision maker. And when you ask, I said, there's only one voice, and it's Leon Rose's voice, right? People get advice all the time.
We're circling the wagons.
If you ask me, Freezy, I think it's Gerson Rosas that's the decision maker ultimately.
And he just got promoted the other day.
Yeah, I think it's Gerson Rosas. I don't think Leon Rose knows all that much about basketball, to be absolutely honest with you.
All right, I'm sorry, guys. I gotta go.
Peace, Bob.
Y'all have a good night. Go New York. Go New York. I'm gonna still be listening. Thanks.
Peace, Bob. I think Leon Rose knows how to acquire a lot of basketball minds to help him make decisions. But if you were to ask me, remember the first thing we did was get Gerson Rosas here as soon as we could
as an advisor, because Scott Perry was the GM.
Yep, and then he got elevated within a couple months.
Yep.
And then he got elevated again.
Right.
I think, and he's done this job before for other organizations where he's ultimately been the GM / decision maker. I think Leon Rose is the ringleader, but I think the decision maker is Gerson Rosas.
How would Gerson or Gerson-like guy in this role right now feel about you adding an advisor to the pot right now? He's gonna look at you like you're crazy.
Right. Except he is not the decision maker.
But he's
got a job.
But he's a part of the cabinet, right?
He's like the right hand right now.
Right. And you're gonna tell me that you're listening to a guy who's giving you advice here on the side?
Right.
Or you're adding him to the team meeting?
The council.
Who is this? I'm going something like, yo, who is this?
I think you taking the advisor thing. I don't know. I'm starting to think you don't know what an advisor is.
Right now, I'm looking at him like I'm not sharing my money. I ain't sharing no bonuses with you. I ain't doing nothing else.
But AD, but the advisor operates outside of that, bro.
But let me tell you how these things work, Freezy.
Yeah, an advisor is not going to be. It's like when Jeff Van Gundy was with the Celtics. Jeff Van Gundy wasn't telling Brad Stevens what to do.
Yeah, but Freezy, historically this is how these things work. It always leaks. The one good thing about the Knicks is that you haven't had any leak sources about this, that, and the third, right? Because they've maintained this us against the world. This is our family type of deal. You bring in people that you don't know, whatever. Who's to say that all of a sudden now you're getting stories that it was really them who told Leon to draft this guy or to add that guy? Like, we're adding. Why do we need it?
It's AD. How many championships have you seen in your lifetime?
Technically, I've seen one.
Technically, yeah. Me too. Technically, yeah.
Technically, I have seen.
I could celebrate it. I didn't know what was going on.
Hey. I heard I was a hell of a diaper baby.
Yeah, I ain't know something was happening. But you don't bring in, for one, you don't bring in advisors like that are going to be unfamiliar to what it is that you're doing, or somebody that's going to ultimately disrupt the apple cart. That's not why you seek counsel. You seek counsel to make everything better, right? And the advisor or whoever it is, they have a reputation to uphold. Because if they go in and make a situation worse, they can no longer be an advisor, bro.
In the words of the great 80s group system, don't disturb this groove.
What groove are you in?
We're in a groove. We're going to win a championship, Freezy. That's all it is. That's all it is.
Okay, I don't.
That's all it is.
I don't know where I haven't seen an organization that doesn't embrace diversity succeed. They just don't. Because what happens is when you get a silo mentality, when everybody operates in this one thing, what happens is the circulation of ideas, it starts to be on that yo-yo effect where it goes around and around, where everybody's thinking the same way. Sometimes that's good, but then sometimes it's not so good when it comes time for like your adjustments and things of that sort.
But it hasn't proven to be bad yet.
Well, okay. Are you satisfied with where you are right now, Dre? Are you satisfied with where the Knicks are right now?
Yeah,
no, never satisfied.
I'm not satisfied because we didn't win a championship, but I am pleasantly. I'm not gonna say I'm content, but I'm happy in the direction that they're going in.
Okay.
I'm extremely happy.
I don't understand.
Direction. I'm extremely happy, and I'm as confident that I am now that I've been in the last 25 years that we are going to be like the women of America. We're going to crack that glass ceiling. And we're gonna.
You can't enjoy the ride to the championship. You got to be just unimpressed until Game 7 of the finals and we win it.
No, I'm gonna enjoy it. I was enjoying it last year.
No, I know you, AD. I was talking about Freezy. I'm asking Freezy.
Because Freezy is still suffering from. He's one of us. We're suffering from. Traumatic stress disorder from the Knicks.
No, I don't, bro. Again, man. No, I don't. Trust me. I enjoy everything about the Knicks. Right? I enjoy stuff about the Knicks, bro. I enjoy going on Fanatics and buying swag. I enjoy getting in my car and driving all the way to Orlando to watch the Knicks. I enjoy being in Orlando and in that atmosphere, you know what I'm saying, around Knicks fans. I enjoy that. I enjoy getting in my car, driving to Washington, D.C. and watching the Knicks. I enjoy stuff like that. I'm not one of those that's that maybe is upset that we hadn't won a championship since such and such. Yes, I want to win a championship. My championship thing is double parked, bro. I'm impatient with the championship thing, right? But I'm not gonna not enjoy the journey. I enjoy going on my phone, getting my phone, and buying the ticket to go see the Knicks. I enjoy everything about the Knicks experience. To me, I enjoy it. Right? So I'm not saying like if I lived in the city, I would probably go to at least 35 games a year, at least 35 home games a year. I'd probably have season tickets if I lived in the city. Right? But I don't. Right? So I try to catch them everywhere else I can catch them at. Even if it calls for me to. One time, no lie, I was driving to maybe Miami, and I had Chop Low. Y'all know Chop Low, right?
Mm-hmm.
Chop Low was on the phone for me for like 5 hours doing that drive. Me and Chop Low just talking Knicks for like 5 hours on I-95. Bro, Corey Lee called me one time and talked to me for 2 hours on the way to Charlotte, bro. I enjoy these are the type things I enjoy that.
We know how long you keep me on the phone off air,
That's because you keep saying Pat Ewing ain't the GOAT.
And one thing Freezy gonna do is put a rock in his shoe.
Bro, all AD gotta say is
he can't help himself.
All AD gotta do is Pat Ewing is the GOAT.
It's never gonna happen. I won't sully the man's experience. I won't sully the man's legacy.
bro.
I said something he wasn't.
AD,
As his birthday is this month.
Man, Pat
To
Ewing.
the great Pat Ewing.
Yo, Patrick Ewing is such a saint. They gave him a holiday, bro. They gave Patrick a holiday to himself, bro.
Yeah, St. Patrick.
Yeah, bro, that's what I'm saying. But
he was.
But to the thing about the front office and the thing, the Knicks don't have to do that like what I suggested. That's just a suggestion, right? But having a guy, like having something, a go-to where for Dre, I'll give you an example. Over the past 2-3 seasons, the Knicks were injured, right? The Knicks injured, and 2 years ago, it was weird, like all types of weird injuries and stuff. Last year, it was a whole bunch of just not major injuries, but everybody was dinged up. This year, it was major injuries, right? You know what the Knicks did this summer? They went outside of their group and got an advisor to help with injuries. And we legit debated whether you go outside the family for advice for 2 hours.
Freezy, that's okay. If you want to break it down to that simplicity of, let's find the strength and conditioning coach, additional, let's find the yoga, this, that, and the third. But still, this still has to go down with the overall plan of the head coach and what the head coach wants. Let me give you for instance. Pat Riley once banned Ernie Grunfeld's wife from coming to the facility. And you know why? She bought the wrong color car. And he had put it out there that, ain't what color car she bought? Green. And he had already put it out like, look, we're not doing green, nothing working green, whatever. Ernie Grunfeld's wife shows up with a green car to whatever Christmas party or whatever, and he loses it. You know what I'm saying? It still has to fall in line with what the coach really wants to do and what's the vibe he's creating for his team.
Bro, I would have fired Pat Riley on the spot. Because you can't treat people that way, bro. We live in a different era. You gotta respect people, bro. You can't just
the Knicks at that time, and that's why they still haven't won, Freezy.
That's not why they won, bro.
They still haven't won.
As people, bro. Like, bro. Come on.
I told you not to do nothing with green. Right. You still came here with green.
You know, and the irony is Pat Riley left because somebody offered him more green.
Facts. That is facts.
and Dre, I know Dre is old school, right? Like Dre old school to his heart, bro. Like he won't get into like me talking about giving people a chance and being open to other people's ideas. Because if you smart, you don't need anybody to give you more information, bro. Because in theory, you may have all the information. Why would you allow people to bring in more information when you may think you have all the information?
Crazy. Our front office likely has like a few dozen people giving information.
I saw a thing, Dre, where they said I don't know if it's accurate because I got it off the internet and I couldn't
fact
source it. So yeah, but the number I saw was 78 people.
Yeah. There's a lot.
78 people, bro.
And I think we have one of the deepest offices in the entire league.
Yeah, and I'm not talking about decision makers, right? I'm not talking about like the
just workers.
Yeah, worker bees. Yeah. 78 people in one area. Somewhere I saw the total was like some weird number in like the 200s, like travel people, all this, like everybody's
All the
got their
stuff
own
that
staff.
makes it that all the stuff that makes an organization go.
Yeah. Like everybody has like an admin assistant. Everybody has a personal. Yeah, everybody's got all these different people. People have offices. You go into see. I've never been in there, so I don't
If you
know.
went on LinkedIn and just looked up the Knicks, you about to see like 300 people.
I did while we were having a conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I looked at. I now I didn't see all 300 people. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
Yeah.
I did go to LinkedIn because I searched for the previous when we were trying to remember the dude's name, the GM or whatever. Remember the guy that was there with Bianchi before? And I was trying to remember his name. I think AD said his name was Strickland or something like that.
No, Sterling or something like
Sterling.
that.
Yeah. I couldn't remember his name, so I searched and then I went to that. But yeah, man. Yeah, I just think I don't know if closing the door on it is a prudent exercise. The thought of it.
Well, I'll look at it like this. There are some advisors around the league, but it's hard to quantify or know how many advisors are everywhere. And I doubt like teams just have a billion advisors or anything. But I mean, this isn't while the sport is capped, administration isn't capped.
No.
So
No.
I mean, you could theoretically spend as much money as you want.
Right.
I think we went the route to spend as much money on looking up the analytics part of the game.
There we go again, getting into Dolan's pockets. There we go.
But the thing is, with an advisor though, you still only have one. You don't like an advisor is not going to be an army of people that's going to be invasive into your everyday operation.
That person's gonna want an office. They gonna want a staff. They gonna want their own secretary. They gonna want their own budget. They gonna want their own. They gonna want their own expense account.
The advisor is gonna be on a retainer, and he gonna say, "Call me when you need me." Because I don't want to be around all that stuff. Because if I get around that stuff, I'm gonna start thinking like y'all. Right? The advisor is the person that maintains the safe enough distance where groupthink doesn't affect the advisor.
Why would you need more advisors when you have the great William Wesley?
Well, that solves it all, bro. There it is in a nutshell. Them.
Bagman.
you know that's Dre's godfather, right?
Yeah, and Dre, and so here's why an advisor would have helped the Knicks not lose a second round pick. An advisor would have been like, bro, it may not be wise for us to show up at a playoff game and openly recruit NBA players. An advisor would have said that to him. Now, would he still have gone? Yes, he probably still would have went. Probably had the tickets already bought. He like, I already got these tickets, man. I'm going anyway. But an advisor would have been like, I don't know, dog. That don't sound, Why do we have to do it publicly? Can we do it privately at least?
Or the advisor could have been like, yo, where's my seat? How come you didn't get me a seat?
Nah, advisors ain't doing that.
They get me a seat.
Nah, man.
Well, if we're talking about like executives within the basketball operations, the Knicks have like 30 of them people.
30 what? Advisors?
People within basketball operations. Vice president, assistant general managers, directors, scouting, analytics, scouting and administration, team operations, player development, pro scouting, advanced scouting.
I'm telling you, the man just wants to spend more of Dolan's money.
That's legit. Freezy, I just looked it up. We're more than 30 deep with that. We're actually damn near 40 deep.
I thought it was going to be more than that, to be honest.
Which is basketball operations.
Right.
If you go check out other teams, it's way less than what we have.
Right. Right.
Way
I
less.
don't have a problem. I don't have a problem either way. And I'm not saying that the people that are in place are not smart. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Right. Like when you get to these positions, bro, you're generally some type of experience in some corporate setting, probably more than likely not only a college graduate, but probably master's degree level at something or working on it. Right.
You're of the thinking like new ideas gives you more options
Right.
to choose from.
Yeah. Not saying this person is going to come down and slam down the gavel. Nah. It may be something as simple as, hey, Randall takes a lot of 20-foot fadeaways. Why not just spot up from 3, which is probably 2 feet away, and just knock those down off of steady footing? Randall, you shooting 34% on 20-foot fadeaways. Why not just take 3-pointers and shoot 35%?
What if I told you the vast majority of contenders are built very similarly, and the only difference is level of talent? Like
What
basketball isn't after a certain point. I think it isn't that complicated at a certain level between the great teams, at least.
what I'm saying to you is I agree, but what I'm saying to that is I think the difference between contenders is not a series of excellent or poor decisions. It may be just one decision that creates another
A ripple effect.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, and so knowing that one or two key decisions could do that, why not get advice on it? Like why not have somebody why not just have somebody to talk to about it?
A check for a check.
Yeah, and it may not even be the same advisor. You might just say, I need to get this playoff roster set.
What you think?
Like, for instance, your advisor might be Joe Dumars, right? And you just get like, hey Joe, what you doing? Nothing. Hey, you feel like playing golf? Yes, I always feel like playing golf. All right, I just want to run some stuff by you. Just help me. What do we got, Joe? What do we do? Joe, what do we do with this kid, Jericho Sims? He's super athletic. He's super strong. He's a very good kid. He's got an afro, very hard worker. Joe will be like, you know what? We had a kid like that come into our camp one year. The Bullets didn't know what to do with him. We brought him in here. He's just a high energy guy. All he wanted to do was just play basketball, super raw. And you'd be like, well, what'd y'all do with him? We told him not to worry about his offense at all. Just told him to put all his energy into defense and rebounding. That's it. Like, oh, yeah, whatever happened to that dude? Well, he was defensive player of the year such and such amount of times. And I think he's the first undrafted NBA player to make the Hall of Fame. And then you're like, okay, all right. So the likelihood of that happening with us, or the advisor would say the likelihood of that happening with y'all is slim. But this is what we did. And instead of you looking at all of our failures first, look at all of our successes first, going down that road, and see if that helps. And then look at our failures later to make sure that your failures are not aligning with our failures. And if so, you can do course correction before you get too far down the road on those failures.
I'll say I looked up the actual like guys that are listed as advisors, like their actual job title as advisors for the Knicks. There's only 2.
Right.
But everyone else has a specific job title that, I mean, advising, it comes with it.
Right.
But the title of advisor is only listed for 2 people, and it's William Wesley and Clarence Gaines. And you know who Clarence Gaines is.
Yeah,
he's been around.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, fellas, I gotta run.
I'm gonna get out of here too, man. Hey,
Same,
thank
man.
y'all everybody for coming through and rocking with us.
Really great night.
I put a rocking AD shoe. AD probably gonna go to work tomorrow talking about this. Man, he said go get Phil Jackson. That ain't what I said, bro.
Nova Knicks, baby.
Yeah.
House that Brunson built.
Yeah, man. Thank y'all for rocking. Peace, everybody.
Peace.
Peace.